Hey guys, tonight we slip through a creaking cloister gate lit only by stuttering tallow candles, the chill night air smelling faintly of damp stone and the yeasty tang of tomorrow's communion bread. A bell somewhere sighs midnight, and you exhale, already sinking into that cozy half-sleep state you came here for. If this kind of sleepy storytelling is your thing, hit like and subscribe. It's free, and you can always unsubscribe if you change your mind. Let me know in the comments where you're listening from and what time the clock blinks on your nightstand. I like imagining little glowing dots of listeners all over the map, breathing in sync. Now hush, relax your shoulders, and glide with me straight into the story. You trudge along the echoing cloister walk, trailing your fingers over rough mortar that, according to one overeager tour guide, has absorbed 8 centuries of secrets. Tonight's secret is the juiciest yet. The statistical bombshell that medieval nuns are pregnant more often than their married sisters outside these walls. Your modern brain does a double take, like a smartphone that suddenly insists the battery is at 130%. Convents, you were promised, were bastions of chastity. Turns out they're also, surprisingly fertile. A vellum visitation record from 14th century York lists 23 nuns in notorious lapses of continence, 7 of whom were big with child. The surrounding town, meanwhile, logs fewer conceptions per capita among lawfully wedded women of similar age. That is your first mainstream historical fact, and your raised eyebrow could practically clock in as a 9th bell. Historians still argue whether the bishops compiling those numbers exaggerated to justify tightening discipline, or if they actually undercounted pregnancies that were quietly shuffled off before any audit. Either way, the parchment doesn't lie about at least some swollen bellies under all that wool. You pause under an arch where moonlight lattices the flagstones. A fat convent cat ambles by, tail flicking, the medieval equivalent of a security guard on break. You try to imagine how, inside strict enclosure, life could bloom in such forbidden ways. Here's where the first light joke tiptoes in. In a world without Tinder, the nun-approved flirting app might just have been Himder. Swipe right on Gregorian chant. Swipe left on mortal sin. Okay, keep the giggle quiet. Stone walls carry sound, and Sister Portia loves a juicy confession. But beneath the joke is a brutal contrast to our modern spa retreat image of monasteries. You picture today's influencers booking monastic silence weekends, sipping microfoam lattes in linen robes. Reality check. You're standing in a drafty corridor where fleas hold annual conferences and straw bedding, and the only latte froth comes from a goat that's probably plotting to headbutt you. You probably won't survive this if you're allergic to either straw or irony. Moving on, let your mind push inside the dormitory, a long, low hall that smells of beeswax, sweat, and something else you can't quite place. Maybe the lingering trace of sweet herbs used to ease morning sickness. Quirky tidbit time. Some convents kept a locked apothecary chest containing, among many remedies, powdered beaver testicle, marketed by 14th century standards as a sure syncope of womb frenzy. Translation: it was an iffy contraceptive and probably a placebo that offended both the beaver and sensible science. A soft cough echoes. You picture Sister Agnes kneeling at her cot, hands trembling over the rosary beads. She's 20, cloistered since 12, and now 2 moons late. Outside, the convent orchard rustles. Rumor says a traveling carpenter sneaked over the wall to repair windows, and maybe, just maybe, Sister Agnes's loneliness. Your second light joke lands. Medieval HR really needed a stricter background check for those contractors, but apparently, do you intend to seduce the nuns? Wasn't on the parchment. As you glide deeper, a silhouetted crucifix looms overhead, and the tension between heaven-high vows and earth-rooted biology tightens like a taut lute string. You pause at the chapel door, heart matching the rhythmic drip of wax. Here comes another punch of reality. Medieval church law technically declared any pregnant nun automatically excommunicated, yet records show many were quietly transferred to lenient houses until birth, then shuffled back as though nothing happened. Paperwork in triplicate? Try scribbles in margin Latin, sealed with a wink. You notice one oil lamp flicker. Its glow pools on a ledger where an anonymous scribe has drawn tiny stars in the margins next to names of misguided sisters. Could be compassion, could be sarcasm. A sudden draft snaps the flame, and for a breath you stand in darkness. The moment lengthens. You feel the back of the neck tingle that every medieval ghost story milks for maximum suspense. Joke 3 whispers in, if Casper the friendly ghost ever upgraded to Casper the passive-aggressive auditor, this would be his shift, patrolling corridors, muttering, I told you chastity clauses were non-negotiable. Light flares again as someone relights the lamp. You exhale, tension easing. The narrative threads weave together. Poverty pushed families to tuck extra daughters behind convent walls. Dowries were cheaper than weddings, and bishops with clipboards made surprise visits more for revenue than spiritual oversight. Meanwhile, biology ignored vows. The statistics hammer the point. In one 15th century Venetian convent, nearly 1 in 5 nuns confessed to carnal slips over a decade. Married women in the adjacent parish recorded fewer births in the same time frame, partly due to plague, but also, ironically, because they could practice some form of spacing without the threat of eternal damnation scribbled beside their names. Lean in, feel the moral gray. These women aren't caricatures of sin or sanctity. They're human, navigating rigid structures built by men who sometimes broke their own rules. An abbess might secretly bribe local midwives to ferry newborns to foundling hospitals under cover of darkness. Some infants wore tiny wax seals around their necks, proof of baptism before abandonment, a desperate insurance policy for tender souls. Outside, the night has inched toward pre-dawn violet. A rooster coughs out a confused early crow. Medieval alarm clocks never cooperate. You, wrapped in your blanket, or maybe just in the warmth of imagination, feel eyelids droop. The convent's secrets settle like dust. In this hush, they feel inevitable, almost gentle. Yet remember the hard edges, excommunication threats, dangerous herbal brews, and the raw fear of discovery. Before the scene fades, one last glimmer. Tucked in a side chapel is a painted wooden statue of Mary, its belly unusually rounded under the blue mantle. Was it carved that way as an artistic flourish, or did the sculptor know something whispered down from scandal to scandal? Art historians debate it with measured voices over espresso shots. The truth dozes here, unrecorded. Now let your breathing slow. Candles gutter low, and the cat is curled into a smug loaf beside the altar. You back away, footfalls feather light, carrying the weight of numbers and stories that rewrite what sacred walls really sheltered. Somewhere out there, dawn creeps, but in here, in this narrative cocoon, we pause, ready to pick up the next thread when you beckon. You drift through the convent's counting chamber, where ledgers sprawl across oak tables like wounded birds, their parchment wings heavy with ink, calculations that would make a modern accountant weep into their coffee. The abacus beads click softly, medieval Excel, if you will, tallying dowries, donations, and the cold mathematics of female disposal. Here's where the romance of monastic life crashes headfirst into brutal economics. Convents weren't spiritual havens so much as convenient dumping grounds for daughters who'd become financial liabilities. Picture the stark reality. A merchant family in 13th century Florence discovers their 16-year-old daughter, Margarita, is 3 months pregnant by the blacksmith's apprentice. Marriage? Impossible. He owns nothing but calloused hands and dreams. Scandal? Guaranteed to tank the family's reputation and ruin business contracts. Solution? Bundle Margarita off to the nearest convent with a hastily assembled dowry of 50 florins, half what a respectable marriage would cost. The records from Santa Maria della Misericordia show exactly this pattern. Sudden mid-year entries of young women with suspiciously generous emergency donations attached to their names. You run your finger along a cracked ledger spine, feeling the weight of systematic abandonment. Mainstream historical fact. Convent dowries averaged 60% less than marriage dowries in most Italian city-states during the 14th century. This wasn't charity. It was a clearance sale on inconvenient daughters. Parents calculated that 50 florins to disappear a pregnant girl beat 200 florins for a wedding that might never happen anyway. especially when the groom-to-be had mysteriously vanished upon hearing certain news. The economics get nastier when you factor in the unmarriageable category. Medieval families sorted daughters like a brutal game of cards. Marriageable, pretty, healthy, connected; nunnable, plain but pious; and disposable, pregnant, disabled, or simply surplus. A quirky tidbit emerges from the archives of San Damiano. They kept a separate ledger called the Libro delle Vergini Dubbiose, the Book of Doubtful Virgins, tracking women who arrived with questionable virtue but adequate gold. One entry notes Sister Beatrice, who came with child and purse both full, the latter more welcome than the former. Medieval accountants had a brutal sense of humor. You settle into a wooden chair that creaks like medieval joints, imagining the conversations that sealed these fates. "But Papa, I don't want to be a nun." "Would you prefer to starve on the streets, my dear? The choice is simple: convent or gutter." Historians still argue whether these forced vocations constituted legitimate religious calling or constituted a form of trafficking, but the economic records paint a clear picture: desperation disguised as devotion. Here's where your first light joke practically writes itself. Medieval parents basically invented the world's first subscription service, Netflix, where you paid once and your problems disappeared forever, though the content was strictly limited to prayers in uncomfortable wool. The joke lands with a hollow thud because the reality was so much darker. These weren't spiritual retreats. They were pressure release valves for a society that couldn't handle pregnant, unmarried daughters. The contrast with our romanticized modern view hits like a slap of cold abbey air. Instagram influencers today post dreamy shots of monastery stays, hashtagging monastic life in spiritual journey while sipping artisanal tea in designer meditation robes. The brutal medieval reality: you're staring at a receipt for human disposal, written in fading brown ink that might be blood, might be one, or might be the tears of mothers who had no other choice. Consider the Venetian model, where merchant families literally pre-negotiated convent slots for their daughters before the girls hit puberty. The Dandolo family reserved 3 spaces at San Zaccaria in 1387, paying in advance like medieval helicopter parents booking spots at exclusive preschools. Except these preschools were lifetime commitments with iron bars and perpetual chastity clauses. The waiting lists stretched months. Pregnancy just moved you to the front of the queue with an urgent placement surcharge. A candle gutters nearby, shadows dancing across pages that record transaction after transaction. Sister Francesca arrived hastily with generous endowment, condition evident. Sister Agnes, family donation doubled upon discovery of her delicate situation. The euphemisms pile up like leaves in autumn. Delicate situation, evident condition, blessed by nature before blessing God. Nobody wrote knocked up in official records, but the subtext blazed through every carefully neutral phrase. The most chilling entries come from noble families practicing damage control. When Count Montecroce's daughter Elena was caught with the stablemaster, the family didn't just pay her convent dowry, they donated an entire wing to ensure permanent silence. The building still stands, though tour guides today describe it as a generous gift from a pious nobleman. They conveniently skip the part about Elena, who spent 43 years behind those walls, never speaking to another soul outside confession. Your second joke emerges from the darkness. Medieval convents basically invented the witness protection program, except instead of hiding from criminals, daughters were hiding from consequences. Sister, your new identity is Bride of Christ, your location is behind these walls forever, and your backstory is mysterious calling to serve God. Any questions? The only difference was that medieval witness protection came with mandatory prayer schedules. Economic records reveal the systematic nature of this disposal system. The convent of Sant'Andrea in Rome kept meticulous statistics. Of 47 women admitted between 1348 and 1355, 31 arrived in circumstances requiring discretion. That's nearly 70%. Not exactly the voluntary spiritual awakening the church advertised. These weren't convents. They were medieval crisis pregnancy centers with permanent residents. But here's where the story twists into something even more complex. Some abbesses, wise to the game, essentially ran protection rackets for desperate families. Mother Superior Margarita at San Giovanale charged premium rates for emergency admissions, but also provided actual care, skilled midwives, decent food during pregnancy, even job training for women who might eventually leave. She understood that desperate people paid desperate prices, but she also understood that cruelty was bad for business. The paper trail reveals a shadow economy built on female desperation. Dowry brokers emerged, medieval fixers who negotiated convent placements for families in crisis. They charged commission based on urgency, normal placement 10%, pregnant daughter 20%, pregnant daughter of noble family 30% plus discretion fees. These brokers maintained networks spanning multiple city-states, basically running the world's first cross-border human placement agencies. As you close the ledger, dust motes dance in the failing candlelight like tiny ghosts of discarded dreams. The numbers tell their relentless story. Poverty plus pregnancy equals permanent enclosure. Families calculated that throwing money at convents cost less than dealing with scandal, and abbesses calculated that desperate families paid premium prices. Everyone calculated except the young women themselves, who became commodities in a brutal marketplace disguised as spiritual sanctuary. Your third and final joke whispers through the historical irony. Medieval economists accidentally created the world's first all-inclusive resort package, lifetime room, board, and spiritual counseling for one low price. The only catch, checkout time, was death, and the amenities included mandatory celibacy and perpetual prayer. Yelp reviews would have been devastating. The candle flame wavers, and you rise from the creaking chair, leaving the ledgers to their eternal silence. Outside the counting chamber, dawn light creeps through arrow-slit windows, illuminating corridors where dozens of unwanted daughters once walked, their footsteps echoing with the sound of coins changing hands and futures being bought and sold. You glide through the confessional's heavy curtain, where whispered secrets have stained the air thicker than incense smoke for centuries. The wooden booth creaks under the weight of accumulated guilt, and you settle into the penitent's side, feeling the groove worn smooth by countless knees. Here, in this cramped space that smells of old wood and newer tears, you discover the most disturbing truth yet. The very men sworn to protect these women's souls became their most dangerous predators. The confessional represented the perfect storm of vulnerability and opportunity. Picture Sister Catherine, 18 and homesick, kneeling in darkness to whisper her loneliness to Father Benedict. He's 43, educated, and the only man she's allowed to speak with privately. Medieval canon law actually mandated these intimate conversations. Every nun confessed weekly, sharing her deepest fears and desires with a male authority figure who held her eternal fate in his hands. The power dynamic was so skewed it practically came with its own gravitational field. Mainstream historical fact. Church records from the Diocese of Winchester show that between 1340 and 1380, 17 different priests were quietly transferred after inappropriate conduct, with nuns under their spiritual care. These weren't isolated incidents, they were systematic patterns that bishops handled through geographic shuffling rather than actual punishment. Father Thomas molests novices at St. Agatha's? No problem, just move him to St. Margaret's and hope the nuns there are less tempting. Medieval human resources at its finest. You run your fingers along the confessional's carved screen, feeling the worn wood where desperate hands once gripped too tightly. Through these latticed windows, predatory priests exploited their unique access to vulnerable women. They knew which nuns struggled with homesickness, which felt abandoned by their families, which had been forced into religious life against their will. Armed with this psychological intelligence, they positioned themselves as the only sources of comfort in an otherwise harsh world. The manipulation tactics would make modern psychology textbooks weep. Father Marcus at Santa Chiara told Sister Elena that her sexual desires were natural burdens that God intended to be shared with his earthly representatives. Father Giovanni convinced Sister Margherita that physical intimacy was a special form of confession that cleansed the soul through the body. These weren't seductions, they were theological gaslighting, wrapped in Latin phrases and blessed by fake divine authority. Here's your first light joke, though it tastes bitter. Medieval priests basically invented the world's worst pickup line. Hey baby, Want to confess your sins? I've got a private booth and direct access to heaven's customer service department. The humor dies quickly when you consider that these women had literally nowhere else to turn for spiritual guidance or emotional support. A quirky tidbit emerges from the papal archives. Pope Boniface VIII actually issued a bull in 1298 requiring confessionals to have screens of sufficient density to prevent improper viewing, after reports that priests were using confession time for voyeuristic purposes. The fact that the Pope had to specify, "Don't ogle the nuns during confession," tells you everything about how widespread the problem had become. Medieval clergy apparently needed written instructions on basic professional boundaries. The contrast with our sanitized modern image of medieval spirituality couldn't be starker. Today's retreat centers advertise spiritual direction with licensed counselors, background checks, and professional oversight. Medieval reality? You're trapped behind stone walls with a man who claims God speaks through his groin, and the only oversight comes from bishops who are probably doing the exact same thing at their own monasteries. You probably won't survive this if you value either spiritual integrity or basic personal safety. Historians still argue whether these confessional pregnancies represented systematic abuse or merely unfortunate lapses in clerical discipline, but the statistical evidence speaks volumes. The convent of Sant'Antonio recorded 12 pregnancies over 15 years, all traced back to confessions with Father Alessandro. When questioned, he claimed the women had seduced him through their wicked feminine wiles during spiritual counseling. The bishop's response: transfer Alessandro to a different diocese and replace him with Father Benedetto, who promptly impregnated 3 more nuns within 2 years. You lean back against the confessional wall, imagining the conversations that sealed these women's fates. "Bless me, Father, for I am lonely." "Loneliness is a sin that requires special absolution, my child. Come closer." The theological justifications pile up like rotten fruit. Priests claim they were healing the nuns' spiritual ailments through physical contact, that sexual intimacy was a form of mystical union that brought them closer to divine understanding, that pregnancy was God's blessing on their special relationship. The most chilling aspect was how these men weaponized the women's genuine faith against them. Sister Beatrice truly believed Father Marco when he told her that their sexual relationship was a sacred mystery that would deepen her connection to Christ. She endured months of abuse thinking she was participating in advanced spiritual practice, only discovering the truth when she found similar mysteries happening with Sister Agnes and Sister Lucia. By then, she was pregnant and facing excommunication while Father Marco had been promoted to prior. Your second joke emerges from the institutional hypocrisy. Medieval confessionals were basically the world's first therapy couches, except the therapist was unlicensed, sexually frustrated, and convinced that sleeping with patients was a legitimate treatment method. Freud would have had a field day analyzing the power dynamics, though he probably would have blamed the nuns for wanting it unconsciously. The paper trail reveals how bishops enabled this systematic abuse through willful blindness. When multiple nuns at San Damiano complained about Father Giuseppe's unusual penances, Bishop Carlo responded by promoting Giuseppe to confessor general, essentially giving him access to even more vulnerable women. The bishop's reasoning, preserved in a letter to Rome: Father Giuseppe's zeal in saving souls is remarkable, and if some interpret his methods harshly, we must remember that God's ways are mysterious. Some confessional booths were literally modified to facilitate abuse. The convent of Santa Maria had screens that could be silently slid aside, creating a hidden opening that allowed physical contact during supposedly spiritual conversations. When investigators finally discovered this modification in 1456, they found carved initials and dates spanning 30 years, a grotesque trophy collection left by predatory priests who had used the space to assault generations of nuns. The economic angle makes the abuse even more cynical. Wealthy families paid premium prices to place their daughters in convents specifically because of the spiritual protection offered by priestly supervision. They were essentially funding their daughters' abuse while believing they were purchasing safety. Father Roberto at San Lorenzo actually sent thank you letters to families whose daughters he had impregnated, praising their generous donations and promising continued special spiritual attention for their family members. The most tragic records come from nuns who tried to resist. Sister Caterina at San Giuseppe wrote secret letters detailing Father Antonio's assaults, hiding them in her breviary for years. When finally discovered after her death, they revealed a decade-long pattern of rape disguised as confession. The abbey burned the letters and declared Sister Caterina's death a blessed release from worldly torments, effectively erasing her testimony and protecting her abuser's reputation. Your final joke cuts deepest. Medieval confessionals were supposed to be safe spaces where people could admit their worst secrets without judgment. Instead, they became crime scenes where the judges committed the worst crimes of all. The only thing getting absolved was the priest's responsibility for their actions. As you push through the confessional curtain, dawn light streams through stained glass windows, painting colored patterns on stone floors worn smooth by centuries of kneeling penitents. The irony hits like a slap. These beautiful sacred spaces, designed to bring people closer to God, became the very places where God's representatives committed their most unholy acts. The morning bells toll somewhere in the distance, calling faithful souls to prayer. But in this cramped wooden box, the only thing that echoes is the sound of trust being shattered into pieces too small to ever reassemble. You drift through the convent's receiving chamber, where a massive oak table bears the scattered remnants of hastily negotiated transactions, gold coins still warm from anxious palms, hastily scrawled contracts, and silk purses that jingle with the sound of reputation being purchased by the ounce. Here's where noble families perfected the art of scandal management, transforming inconvenient pregnancies into convenient religious vocations with the efficiency of medieval damage control specialists. The dowry system wasn't just about economics, it was about bloodline protection. When Lady Isabella de Montfort discovered her 15-year-old daughter Marguerite was carrying the gardener's child, the family didn't just panic. They activated a well-rehearsed protocol that would make modern crisis managers weep with envy. Within 48 hours, Marguerite had a new identity, as Sister Maria of the Sacred Heart, complete with fabricated calling story and a dowry so generous it could have funded a small crusade. Mainstream historical fact: noble families regularly paid triple the standard convent dowry for emergency placements, with additional fees for discretion, speed, and what medieval contracts delicately termed condition-related accommodations. The Abbey of Saint Foy kept a separate ledgers for these premium transactions, euphemistically labeled donations for urgent spiritual callings. Between 1367 and 1389, over 60% of their admissions fell into this category, creating what amounted to a medieval witness protection program for pregnant aristocrats. You examine a faded parchment contract, its Latin phrases dancing around the truth like courtiers avoiding a plague victim. Whereas the said Lady Beatrice has received a divine calling of unusual urgency, translates roughly to, whereas Lady Beatrice got knocked up and needs to disappear before anyone notices. The legal language was poetry designed to hide pregnancy behind spiritual metaphors that would make even the most creative modern PR firm applaud. The logistics required military precision. Take the case of Eleanor Plantagenet's illegitimate daughter, caught in flagrante with a married duke's son. The family assembled a convoy that would have impressed crusading knights, armed guards, false documents, a decoy carriage heading toward Paris, while the real one slipped toward Normandy, and a midwife disguised as a traveling nun. The total cost, preserved in family accounts, 847 gold marks, enough to equip a small army or buy a decent castle. Here's your first light joke. Though it carries the weight of institutional cynicism, medieval noble families basically invented the ultimate concierge service, Scandal Be Gone, offering same-day pregnancy removal, lifetime discretion guarantees, and a complimentary habit in your choice of brown or black wool. Customer testimonials included 5 stars, my daughter vanished completely, and excellent service, no one suspects a thing. A quirky tidbit emerges from the Burgundian court records. Duke Philip the Bold actually maintained a standing account with 3 different convents specifically for emergencies involving the household's young ladies. The account was euphemistically labeled Spiritual Education Fund, but the Abbey records show it covered everything from rushed midnight admissions to premium birthing chambers disguised as prayer cells. One entry notes, for special devotions requiring privacy and skilled attendance during Sister Margot's intensive spiritual exercises. Medieval accounting had mastered the art of creative euphemism. The contrast with our romantic notions of medieval nobility is particularly brutal. Modern period dramas show graceful ladies floating through castle halls in flowing gowns, their biggest worry whether Sir Lancelot will notice their new headdress. Reality check. You're witnessing an industrial-scale operation designed to disappear inconvenient pregnancies before they could destroy carefully constructed political alliances. These weren't fairy tale princesses. They were assets in a brutal marriage market where virginity was literally currency and pregnancy was bankruptcy. Historians still argue whether these emergency placements constituted legitimate religious vocations or elaborate human trafficking schemes, but the paper trail suggests the families themselves rarely bothered with such distinctions. When Count Rodrigo's daughter Maria was discovered 6 months pregnant by the family chaplain, the Count's immediate response wasn't moral outrage. It was to negotiate bulk pricing with the convent of Las Huelgas for both Maria and 2 of her similarly compromised cousins. You settle into a chair that once held desperate mothers calculating the cost of their daughter's disappearance. The negotiation process was ruthlessly efficient. First, establish paternity or agree to permanent ignorance. Second, calculate scandal potential, unmarried pregnancy bad, married pregnancy with wrong father catastrophic. Third, determine price point, standard dowry for minor nobility, premium rates for royal bastards. Fourth, arrange transportation, discreet carriages, false identities, bribed guards at city gates. The most chilling aspect was how these families monetized their daughter's suffering. The Medici family actually kept a spreadsheet, yes, a medieval spreadsheet, tracking placement costs versus reputation preservation for various female relatives. The calculations were coldly precise. Cousin Elena's emergency convent admission cost 234 florins, but prevented a diplomatic incident worth thousands. Niece Caterina's situation required 456 florins, but secured a crucial marriage alliance for her sister. Human lives reduced to profit and loss statements written in elegant Italian script. Your second joke emerges from the bureaucratic absurdity. Medieval noble families essentially created the world's first subscription-based crisis management service, where you paid annual fees to maintain emergency convent access for whenever your daughters inevitably got into trouble. It was like medieval insurance, except instead of covering property damage, it covered reputational damage caused by inconvenient biology. The speed of these operations would impress modern emergency responders. The D'Este family maintained detailed contingency plans for each of their 7 daughters, including discreet exit strategies, prepared convent accommodations, and even a rotating list of plausible alibis. When rumors began to swirl around Lucrezia and a certain member of the household staff, the family enacted what they quietly referred to as Protocol Augustine. Within 6 hours, Lucrezia was on the road to the convent of Santa Chiara, dressed as a humble pilgrim seeking divine counsel. Her figure was modestly veiled in layered garments, the kind that left little room for questions and even less for inspection. Some noble families turned this into a profitable side business. The Visconti clan realized they could broker convent placements for other embarrassed families, taking commission while maintaining their own emergency access. They essentially became medieval crisis consultants, charging premium rates for their expertise in scandal management. Their service menu included basic disappearance, standard rates, accelerated placement, rush fees, and the deluxe package featuring false identity papers and lifetime silence guarantees. The most elaborate scheme involved the French royal court, where pregnant courtesans were routinely transformed into mystically called novices through an assembly line of forged documents, bribed witnesses, and carefully orchestrated divine visions. The process was so refined that they could take a prostitute caught pregnant by a duke and have her installed as Sister Mary of Perpetual Virtue within a week, complete with fabricated backstory about hearing angels while praying in Notre Dame. Your final joke cuts to the heart of the hypocrisy. Medieval convents were supposed to be refuges from worldly corruption, but they'd actually become premium dumping grounds where the world's most corrupt families disposed of their most inconvenient problems. The only thing more corrupted than the system was the price list. Spiritual salvation had become a luxury service available only to those who could afford the premium rates. As you rise from the negotiation table, morning light illuminates dust motes dancing like tiny souls seeking redemption. The irony is suffocating. These sacred spaces, meant to shelter women seeking God, had become commercial enterprises where women were hidden from the consequences of men's desires. The gold coins scattered across the oak's surface catch the light like fallen stars, each one representing a young life bought and sold in the name of family honor. The chamber door creaks as you push through, leaving behind the remnants of transactions that reduced human beings to line items in ledgers of shame. You wander into the convent's infirmary, where dried herbs hang like medieval air fresheners, and the stone walls seem to absorb centuries of medical ignorance with disturbing enthusiasm. Here, among clay pots filled with questionable remedies and surgical tools that would make a modern emergency room evacuate immediately, you discover how medieval medicine's spectacular misunderstanding of human reproduction created the perfect cover story for inconvenient pregnancies. The medieval medical establishment operated on principles that would make a first-year biology student weep into their textbook. According to the revered physician Galen, whose theories dominated European medicine for over 1,000 years, women's bodies were essentially defective men turned inside out by insufficient heat during development. This charming perspective meant that female anatomy was considered so fundamentally mysterious that almost any physical change could be attributed to wandering wombs, corrupt humors, or divine intervention in feminine mysteries. Mainstream historical fact: medieval physicians believed that pregnancy could occur through methods ranging from excessive emotional excitement to breathing corrupted air during certain lunar phases. The medical text De Secretis Mulierum seriously proposed that virgins could conceive through concentrated prayer that opened spiritual channels in the womb. When nuns started showing up pregnant, these ridiculous theories provided ready-made explanations that bypassed inconvenient questions about male visitors or priestly misconduct. You examine a cracked ceramic pot labeled Aqua Benedicta Pro Matricus Perturbatus, blessed water for disturbed wombs. The recipe, scrawled on attached parchment, includes holy water, crushed pearls, and powdered unicorn horn. Spoiler alert, probably ground narwhal tusks sold by enterprising merchants who understood that desperate people paid premium prices for impossible cures. Medieval medicine was basically a combination of wishful thinking, religious fervor, and whatever expensive nonsense sounded impressive enough to justify charging noble families their life savings. The diagnostic process was poetry disguised as science. When Sister Agatha at San Lorenzo began showing signs of pregnancy, the convent physician Brother Thomas examined her urine color. Pale yellow indicated spiritual excitement, checked her pulse during morning prayers. Rapid heartbeat meant divine visitation, and consulted astrological charts to determine whether Venus was properly aligned with her feminine humors. His official diagnosis: miraculous quickening of the womb through excessive devotion to the Christ child. Translation: pregnant, cause unknown, blame God. Here's your first light joke, though it tastes like medieval medicine, bitter and likely to cause more harm than good. Medieval doctors basically invented the world's first medical excuse generator, where any inconvenient symptoms could be attributed to mysterious feminine humors acting in accordance with divine will. It was like having WebMD, except every diagnosis was either "you're possessed" or "God did it," and the recommended treatment was usually bloodletting or prayer. A quirky tidbit emerges from the medical manuscripts of Hildegard of Bingen, the rare female physician who actually understood women's bodies better than her male colleagues. She noted that many convents reported virgin births during years when attractive young chaplains were assigned to hear confessions, and she dryly observed that the Lord's miracles seemed to follow patterns that coincide with earthly temptations. Hildegard was apparently the medieval world's first doctor to connect dots that male physicians preferred to leave unconnected. The contrast with our evidence-based modern medicine couldn't be more stark. Today's pregnancy tests deliver results with 99% accuracy within minutes using sophisticated biochemistry. Medieval pregnancy detection involved examining urine mixed with wine, observing whether barley seeds sprouted when watered with the woman's morning water, or checking if needles dropped into her chamber pot pointed toward magnetic north. You probably won't survive this if you value either scientific accuracy or basic logic. Historians still argue whether medieval physicians genuinely believed their own theories or consciously provided convenient cover stories for inconvenient pregnancies, but the documented cases suggest a mixture of sincere ignorance and willful blindness. When 3 nuns at Santa Margherita all developed simultaneous virgin pregnancies during the same month that Father Giovanni was conducting extended private confession sessions, the abbey physician solemnly declared it a miraculous sign of divine favor upon the convent. Either medieval doctors were spectacularly gullible, or they understood exactly what was happening and chose profitable ignorance over uncomfortable truth. You'd pick up a surgical text that explains how corrupt seed could spontaneously generate in virgin wombs through excessive contemplation of masculine virtues. The author, a respected physician named Master Albertus, seriously proposed that nuns who spent too much time meditating on Christ's physical form could accidentally conceive through spiritual osmosis. He recommended treating such cases with cooling herbs to reduce feminine heat and increase prayer to redirect spiritual energies. The fact that this nonsense was considered cutting-edge medical science tells you everything about medieval intellectual standards. The pharmaceutical approach was equally creative. Convent infirmaries stocked remedies designed to explain away pregnancies without admitting sexual activity. Virgin's balm supposedly induced pregnancy-like symptoms in pure women who were blessed with divine favor. Marian elixir caused belly swelling in spiritually receptive individuals. Conception cordial triggered morning sickness in women experiencing mystical unions with divine energy. These weren't medicines, they were liquid alibis sold by the bottle. Your second joke emerges from the pharmaceutical fraud. Medieval convents basically ran the world's first alternative medicine clinics, where every mysterious remedy had a name designed to make pregnancy sound like a spiritual achievement rather than a biological consequence. It was like having a medieval GNC, except instead of promising muscle gains, they promised plausible deniability for inconvenient pregnancies. The most elaborate medical cover-up involved a technique called diagnostic spirituality, where physicians attributed pregnancy symptoms to divine possession by maternal spirits. The procedure involved examining the woman's dreams. If she dreamed of babies, clearly divine intervention. Testing her reaction to holy relics, spiritual women supposedly glowed when touching blessed objects, and measuring her responses to liturgical music. Mystically pregnant women allegedly hummed along unconsciously. The entire diagnostic process was designed to conclude that pregnancy was a miracle rather than the predictable result of human biology. Some physicians specialized in virgin pregnancy syndrome, developing elaborate theories about how spiritual devotion could trigger physical changes that mimicked conception. Brother Marcus at Sant'Andrea wrote a treatise proposing that intense prayer created sympathetic resonance between the nun's womb and the Virgin Mary's spiritual essence, causing virgin conception through divine sympathy. His work was widely circulated and provided theological cover for dozens of pregnant nuns who claimed miraculous conception through excessive piety. The economic incentives corrupted medical practice beyond recognition. Wealthy families paid premium fees for physicians who could provide spiritual diagnoses that explained away their daughters' pregnancies without mentioning human fathers. Dr. Guillaume de Marseille charged 100 gold crowns for a consultation that would conclude with virgin conception through divine grace, complete with written medical testimony suitable for church investigations. He was essentially selling medical perjury disguised as cutting-edge spiritual medicine. Your final joke cuts deepest into the intellectual dishonesty. Medieval medicine was supposed to heal the sick and understand the human body, but it became an elaborate system for helping people lie about basic biological facts. The only thing being cured was inconvenient truth, and the only diagnosis that mattered was whatever wealthy families wanted to hear. The most tragic aspect was how these medical lies trapped women in impossible situations. Sister Elena at San Damiano was told her pregnancy resulted from divine favor, but she was also warned that doubting this diagnosis would constitute heresy, punishable by excommunication. She spent 9 months pretending to believe in her own miraculous conception, while knowing exactly which priest had fathered her child. Medieval medicine didn't just fail to help her, it forced her to participate in her own gaslighting. As you set down the surgical text, dust swirls in the morning light streaming through the infirmary's narrow windows. The irony settles like sediment in still water. The same medical establishment that claimed to understand God's will in women's bodies couldn't even accurately explain how babies were actually made. These physicians weren't healers, they were professional myth makers, selling elaborate fiction to families desperate to avoid simple truth. You slip through the convent's guest quarters, where visiting parlors still echo with conversations that danced around propriety like courtiers avoiding plague victims. These chambers, designed for family visits and business meetings, became the perfect laboratories for testing just how strictly enclosed medieval convents actually were. The answer, scrawled in visitor logs and whispered in confession booths, would make modern security experts weep into their access control manuals. Not very strict at all. The visiting hours loophole was medieval bureaucracy at its most creatively destructive. Canon law mandated that nuns remain in perpetual enclosure, but it also required convents to maintain relationships with their benefactors, conduct business transactions, and provide spiritual counsel to lay women. This created a regulatory contradiction that would make modern compliance officers resign in despair. How do you stay permanently enclosed while maintaining an active social calendar? Mainstream historical fact: most medieval convents operated visiting parlors for up to 6 hours daily, with minimal supervision and barriers that ranged from decorative to non-existent. The convent of Santa Chiara in Assisi maintained 3 separate visiting rooms: formal for bishops and nobles, informal for family, and spiritual council for private religious discussions that apparently required extraordinary privacy. The registers show these spiritual council sessions averaging 2 hours each and occurring behind doors that locked from the inside. You run your hand along a wooden grill that supposedly separated nuns from their visitors, feeling gaps wide enough to pass through folded letters, small gifts, or more intimate exchanges. The carpentry was deliberately shoddy. What looked like strict separation from a distance became, surprisingly, permeable up close. Medieval convents essentially practiced security theater centuries before airport screenings made it fashionable, creating the appearance of enclosure while maintaining practical access for those who knew which strings to pull. The visitor management system was poetry disguised as protocol. When wealthy merchant Giovanni Medici wanted to discuss charitable donations with Sister Lucrezia, his cousin, conveniently, he simply scheduled a business consultation that lasted from morning prayers until evening vespers. The official record shows they reviewed ledgers and planned future spiritual investments, but suspicious observers noted that Giovanni arrived carrying wine and fresh fruit, while Sister Lucrezia emerged from these sessions with a glow that seemed distinctly non-spiritual. Here's your first light joke, though it carries the bitter taste of institutional hypocrisy. Medieval convents basically invented the world's first co-working spaces, where business meetings could last all day, doors locked for concentration, and the only productivity measured was how many nuns ended up mysteriously pregnant. LinkedIn would have had a field day with the networking opportunities. A quirky tidbit emerges from the records of San Lorenzo. They installed a rotating wooden drum in the wall that allowed visitors to pass items to nuns without direct contact. The mechanism was designed to preserve enclosure while enabling commerce, but enterprising visitors quickly discovered it could accommodate much more than bread and coins. One investigation found the drum contained love letters, jewelry, exotic foods, and what the bishop's report delicately termed items inappropriate for holy women. The nuns claimed they were innocent recipients of mysterious gifts that appeared as if by divine providence. The contrast with our modern image of medieval monasteries as fortress-like institutions couldn't be more striking. Contemporary monastery tours show thick walls, barred windows, and guides who emphasize the complete separation from worldly concerns. Medieval reality, You're standing in buildings designed with more access points than modern shopping malls, where separation from the world was negotiable based on your donation level and family connections. You probably won't survive this if you expect consistency between medieval rhetoric and medieval practice. Historians still argue whether these visiting arrangements represented necessary practical accommodations or systematic violations of monastic principles, but the pregnancy statistics suggest that practical concerns consistently trumped theological ideals. When the convent of Sant'Agata recorded 12 pregnancies over 8 years, investigators noted that all occurred during periods of intensive donor consultation with particularly generous male benefactors. You examine a guest register that reads like a medieval social calendar, complete with appointments that would make modern dating apps blush with envy. Lord Francesco, private spiritual consultation, 3 hours. Master Antonio, discussion of architectural improvements, all afternoon. Sir Benedetto, examination of holy relics, extended session. The euphemisms pile up like autumn leaves, each one hiding activities that had little to do with architecture or relics. The most creative loophole involved spiritual direction sessions that required the complete privacy for soul-searching conversations. The Benedictine convent of San Salvatore actually constructed soundproof chambers for these encounters, explaining to concerned bishops that spiritual counsel demands absolute confidentiality to be effective. What they didn't mention was that these chambers also featured comfortable furniture, wine service, and locks that could only be operated from inside. Your second joke emerges from the architectural creativity. Medieval convents were basically early experiments in flexible office design, where conference rooms could be reconfigured for various types of meetings depending on the participants' needs. The only difference was that instead of PowerPoint presentations, the agenda items included pregnancy and potential excommunication. The economic incentives corrupted the visiting system beyond recognition. Wealthy donors who contributed significantly to convent maintenance received benefactor privileges that included extended visiting hours, private meeting spaces, and minimal supervision. The Abbey of Saint Foy actually issued bronze tokens to major donors, essentially VIP passes that provided access to areas normally off-limits to visitors. The tokens were numbered and tracked, creating a medieval membership system that would make modern country clubs envious. Some convents operated what amounted to medieval escort services disguised as spiritual retreats. The convent of Santa Maria della Grazia offered intensive spiritual counseling packages where wealthy men could spend entire weekends in prayer and reflection with specially selected nuns who provided personalized guidance in matters of faith and morality. The packages included private chambers, gourmet meals, and what the advertising discreetly termed comprehensive spiritual support. The visiting logs reveal patterns that would make modern human resources departments file immediate incident reports. Father Alessandro visited Sister Caterina every Tuesday for confession preparation that lasted exactly 3 hours. Sir Roberto scheduled monthly architectural consultations with Sister Margherita that always occurred during her fertile periods. Master Giovanni's charitable planning sessions with Sister Elena coincided remarkably with the times when she later claimed to experience miraculous conception through divine intervention. The most elaborate scheme involved seasonal spiritual festivals that brought dozens of male visitors into extended contact with the nuns under the guise of a religious celebration. The Festival of Sacred Hearts at San Benedetto lasted a full week, during which pilgrims could participate in intensive prayer partnerships with individual nuns. The festival program included private meditation sessions, shared meals, and overnight accommodations that the abbey described as contemplative immersion experiences. 9 months later, the convent recorded its highest pregnancy rate in recorded history. Your final joke cuts through the religious pretense. Medieval visiting hours were supposed to provide spiritual edification and maintain family connections, but they actually provided something much more basic: scheduled opportunities for sexual encounters disguised as holy conversations. The only thing being elevated was pregnancy rates, and the only souls being touched were considerably lower than the heart. The most tragic aspect was how these visiting arrangements trapped nuns between competing impossible demands. They were required to remain chaste and enclosed, but also expected to maintain relationships with benefactors whose donations kept the convent operational. When Sister Francesca at San Giuseppe tried to refuse private meeting with the abbey's largest donor, she was told that her spiritual pride was endangering the community's financial survival. She chose to protect her sister's security and ended up pregnant 6 months later. As you leave the guest quarters, morning light streams through windows that have witnessed centuries of spiritual consultations and business meetings. The irony is suffocating. These spaces, designed to maintain connection between the sacred and secular worlds, became the very places where sacred vows were most systematically violated. The visitor logs remain, filed away like evidence of institutional failure disguised as administrative efficiency. The heavy door closes behind you with a sound like a sigh, leaving the empty chairs to contemplate their role in transforming spiritual sanctuary into something far more earthly and far more dangerous. You glide through the convent's portrait gallery, where oil paintings of noble benefactresses gaze down with expressions that seem to whisper secrets their gilded frames can barely contain. Here, among faces that launched 1,000 prayers and funded countless masses, you discover the most scandalous truth yet. Some of medieval Europe's most prominent illegitimate daughters didn't just end up in convents. They brought their family traditions of sexual adventure with them, creating what amounted to finishing schools for royal misbehavior. The bastard daughters of kings faced a peculiar problem that legitimate heirs never encountered. They possessed royal blood, royal education, and royal appetites, but lacked royal marriage prospects. Canon law prevented their inheritance, but couldn't prevent their inheritance of family traits that included impressive libidos and a casual relationship with conventional morality. When these women entered religious life, they didn't abandon their breeding, they simply redirected it behind sacred walls. Mainstream historical fact: Eleanor of Aquitaine's illegitimate daughter Marie entered the convent of Sainte Radegonde in 1189 and promptly transformed it from a sleepy rural abbey into what papal investigators described as a den of worldly pleasure disguised as spiritual devotion. Within 5 years of Marie's arrival, the convent recorded 7 pregnancies, hosted elaborate feast days that lasted until dawn, and maintained a wine cellar that rivaled those of major noble houses. Marie's royal connections made her untouchable, and her generous donations made her indispensable. You pause before a portrait of Lady Isabel Plantagenet, whose serene expression and delicate hands folded in prayer create an image of perfect piety. The brass nameplate identifies her as Sister Mary of Divine Grace, foundress of sacred works. What it doesn't mention is that Isabel was Henry II's daughter by a Welsh princess, that she entered religious life pregnant with twins by her half-brother's best friend, and that she spent 30 years turning the Abbey of Fontevraud into a combination royal retreat and high-class brothel that catered to the finest noble families in France. The royal bastard phenomenon created a unique category of nun, who combined spiritual authority with political immunity. These women couldn't be easily disciplined because offending them meant offending their royal fathers, who continued providing massive donations to ensure their daughters' comfort and silence. When Sister Marguerite de Valois, illegitimate daughter of Charles VII, was caught hosting mixed-gender prayer circles that involved considerably more physical communion than theological discussion, the investigating bishop simply noted irregular devotional practices and recommended increased spiritual guidance. Translation: keep quiet, keep the donations coming, and pretend not to notice the orgies. Here's your first light joke, though it carries the weight of dynastic irony. Medieval convents housing royal bastards basically became the world's first witness protection programs for inconvenient princesses. Instead of hiding from criminals, they were hiding from legitimacy, and instead of assuming new identities, they assumed habits that came with lifetime room service and diplomatic immunity from moral consequences. A quirky tidbit emerges from the Chronicles of Saint Denis. When Blanche of Brittany, bastard daughter of Duke Arthur, entered the prestigious Abbey of Sainte Croix, she insisted on maintaining her own household staff, including a personal chef, a wine steward, and what the records diplomatically term lady companions for spiritual fellowship. The abbey's expenses tripled within a year, but so did their political influence. Blanche's spiritual fellowship apparently included bishops, ambassadors, and at least 2 crowned heads of neighboring kingdoms who made regular pilgrimages to experience her unique form of religious guidance. The contrast with our romanticized notions of medieval royal daughters couldn't be more brutal. Modern period dramas show graceful princesses floating through castle gardens, their biggest decision whether to embroider roses or lilies on their prayer books. Reality check. You're witnessing women who inherited the sexual appetites of warrior kings and the political cunning of queens, but were trapped in institutions designed for humble village girls seeking salvation. The result was explosive, expensive, and surprisingly entertaining for everyone except the bishops, trying to maintain institutional credibility. Historians still argue whether these royal bastards genuinely corrupted previously pious convents, or simply made visible corruption that already existed, but the timing of scandals suggests that royal blood and monastic vows created combustible combinations. The Abbey of Las Huelgas remained scandal-free for 2 centuries, until Princess Urraca of Leon, illegitimate daughter of Alfonso IX, arrived and promptly instituted Marian festivals that featured wine tastings, poetry competitions, and interpretive dance performances that papal investigators described as wholly inappropriate for consecrated virgins. You examine a guest register that reads like a medieval who's who, filled with signatures of kings, princes, ambassadors, and wealthy merchants who made regular pilgrimages to visit these royal nuns. The pattern is unmistakable. Wherever illegitimate royal daughters established themselves, political tourism followed. The convent of Santa Clara in Burgos received more high-ranking visitors during Sister Teresa de Castilla's residency than the royal palace received during the same period. Her guest quarters featured silk tapestries, imported wines, and what inventory records delicately describe as furnishings appropriate for entertaining distinguished visitors in comfort. The economic impact was staggering. Royal bastards didn't just bring dowries, they brought ongoing financial support from fathers who preferred generous donations to public acknowledgement. When Princess Matilda of England, Henry their's daughter by Nest of Wales, entered Wilton Abbey, her father's guilt-driven contributions transformed a modest country convent into one of the wealthiest religious institutions in Britain. The transformation included new buildings, expanded libraries, improved kitchens, and private apartments that resembled royal chambers more than monastic cells. Your second joke emerges from the architectural upgrades. Medieval convents hosting royal bastards basically became luxury resorts disguised as religious institutions where the room service included both bread and wine. The entertainment featured both prayers and considerably more earthly pursuits, and the dress code was holy habits optional after sunset. TripAdvisor reviews would have been legendary. The most scandalous cases involved multiple royal bastards clustering in the same institution, creating what amounted to alternative royal courts with their own social hierarchies, political intrigues, and romantic entanglements. The Abbey of Fontevraud housed simultaneously the illegitimate daughters of 3 different kings, plus 2 bastard sisters of the Holy Roman Emperor. The result was a medieval soap opera featuring pregnancy scandals, political conspiracies, and diplomatic incidents that required papal intervention to resolve. Some royal bastards essentially purchased entire convents for their personal use. Princess Constance of Sicily bought the Abbey of Montreal outright, expelled the existing nuns, and installed it with her own hand-picked community of spiritually flexible women who shared her appreciation for worldly pleasures. She ruled her domain like a secular queen for 23 years, hosting elaborate court functions, arranging marriages for her protégés' children, and maintaining what chroniclers described as a royal household in religious disguise. The children born to these royal nuns created fascinating genealogical puzzles that medieval record keepers solved through creative documentation. When Sister Aliénor de Poitou, Eleanor of Aquitaine's bastard granddaughter, gave birth to twins, the abbey records listed them as foundlings discovered at the gate, blessed with noble features that suggest divine favor. The twins grew up in the convent, received excellent educations, and eventually married into prominent merchant families, their royal blood carefully hidden but financially valuable. Your final joke cuts to the heart of medieval hypocrisy. These convents were supposed to be refuges from worldly corruption, but they became the ultimate insider trading schemes where royal blood provided lifetime access to wealth, power, and sexual freedom that ordinary nuns could never imagine. The only thing being renounced was public acknowledgement of their true identities. The most elaborate deception involved Princess Isabella of Castile, who spent 40 years as Sister Mary of Perpetual Devotion, while maintaining secret correspondence with European courts, arranging political marriages for her numerous children, and essentially running a shadow diplomatic service from behind convent walls. When she died, investigators found diplomatic pouches, royal seals, and financial records showing she had influenced major political decisions across 3 kingdoms, while officially being a cloistered nun devoted to prayer and contemplation. The tragedy was that these women's royal heritage trapped them in impossible positions. They possessed the intelligence and ambition of queens, but were forbidden from exercising power publicly. Their sexual appetites were natural expressions of robust health and noble breeding, but had to be hidden behind spiritual metaphors. They created wealth and influenced politics, but could never claim credit for their achievements. As you turn away from the portrait gallery, the painted eyes seem to follow with expressions that mix pride, defiance, and secret knowledge. These women found ways to live authentically despite impossible constraints, but the price was institutional hypocrisy that corrupted the very system meant to contain them. The morning light catches the gold leaf in their painted halos, creating the optical illusion that sacred and profane were always meant to occupy the same space. You drift through the convent's archive chamber, where travel documents and pilgrimage permits scatter across wooden tables like fallen leaves that whisper stories of journeys that had nothing to do with spiritual devotion. Here, among faded passports and elaborate itineraries, you uncover how medieval pilgrimage culture became the perfect cover story for pregnant nuns who needed to disappear for 9 months without triggering awkward questions about their expanding waistlines. The pilgrimage system was medieval Europe's equivalent of a gap year program, except instead of finding yourself in Southeast Asia, pregnant nuns found themselves strategically relocated to distant shrines where nobody asked inconvenient questions about sudden spiritual callings. The beauty of the system lay in its religious legitimacy. What bishop could argue against a nun's sudden desire to walk the Camino de Santiago or visit the Holy Land, especially when that desire coincided remarkably with morning sickness and missed menstrual cycles? Mainstream historical fact: records from the Abbey of Saint-Germain show that between 1367 and 1401, 43 nuns departed on urgent pilgrimages that lasted exactly 9 to 10 months each. The destinations varied wildly. Some sought spiritual renewal in Rome, others felt called to Canterbury, and a few experienced divine visions directing them toward obscure shrines in remote mountain villages. What didn't vary was the timing. These spiritual emergencies always occurred during the 2nd month of pregnancy and resolved themselves just after Easter, when the pilgrims returned looking spiritually refreshed and mysteriously slimmer. You examine a pilgrimage permit signed by 3 different bishops, each adding their seal to authorize Sister Margarita's divine calling to seek penance at the shrine of St. James. The bureaucratic overkill suggests everyone involved understood they were documenting something other than religious devotion. The permit specifies that Sister Margarita requires privacy for intensive spiritual reflection and should be housed separately from other pilgrims to avoid distraction from her sacred mission. Translation: she's pregnant, find her a discreet location, and don't let her mingle with anyone who might ask uncomfortable questions. The logistics required impressive coordination between multiple religious institutions. When Sister Elena at San Lorenzo suddenly felt called to visit Saint Michel in Normandy, the arrangements involved 3 different abbeys, 2 bishops, a network of discreet hostels, and what the records euphemistically term specialized spiritual midwives trained in pilgrimage-related emergencies. The total cost exceeded what most convents spent on building maintenance, but wealthy families gladly paid premium prices for bulletproof cover stories. Here's your first light joke, though it carries the bitter taste of institutional deception. Medieval pilgrimage was basically the world's first maternity leave program, except instead of staying home with baby books, pregnant nuns went on 9-month spiritual vacations that coincidentally ended right around delivery time. The souvenirs they brought back weren't t-shirts and postcards. They were elaborate stories about mystical experiences that nobody could verify. A quirky tidbit emerges from the chronicles of Mont Saint-Michel. The abbey maintained special pilgrimage chambers designed for visitors requiring extended spiritual recuperation. These rooms featured comfortable beds, private bathing facilities, and what the inventory delicately describes as furnishings appropriate for intensive prayer and reflection. More tellingly, they also featured soundproof walls, discreet entrances, and direct access to skilled midwives who specialized in spiritual emergencies that required medical attention. The contrast with our romanticized image of medieval pilgrimage couldn't be starker. Modern spiritual tourism advertises walking the Camino as a journey of self-discovery featuring Instagram-worthy sunsets and life-changing revelations. Medieval reality? You're witnessing an elaborate human trafficking network disguised as religious tourism, where the only thing being discovered was how to hide pregnancies from church investigators. You probably won't survive this if you expect authenticity from medieval spiritual marketing. Historians still argue whether these pilgrimage pregnancies represented systematic abuse by pilgrimage guides or consensual relationships that conveniently occurred during travel, but the statistical evidence suggests both patterns existed simultaneously. The records from Canterbury show that 17 different spiritual guides were quietly reassigned after multiple female pilgrims in their care experienced miraculous conception through divine intervention during their journeys. You study a detailed itinerary that maps Sister Caterina's pilgrimage to Santiago de Compostela, complete with stopping points, recommended accommodations, and cryptic notations that seem to have nothing to do with spiritual development. Day 23. Intensive reflection at Casa de Maria, private chamber arranged. Day 45. Consultation with Brother Francisco regarding spiritual progress, evening appointment scheduled. Day 67. Special devotions requiring complete privacy, midwife attendance recommended. The journey reads less like a pilgrimage and more like a pregnancy management timeline disguised as religious tourism. The most elaborate schemes involved fake pilgrimage routes that existed solely to provide cover for pregnant nuns. The Shrine of Saint Perpetua in the Pyrenees was actually a discreet maternity facility operated by enterprising Benedictine monks who charged premium rates for intensive spiritual retreats that included prenatal care, comfortable accommodations, and newborn placement services. The shrine lasted 30 years before papal investigators discovered that Saint Perpetua was entirely fictional, and the miraculous healing spring was actually a well-maintained birthing pool. Your second joke emerges from the creative theology. Medieval pilgrimage basically became the ultimate spiritual excuse generator, where any inconvenient biological situation could be transformed into a religious calling that required immediate travel to conveniently remote locations. It was like having GPS for scandal management, except instead of turn left in 500 meters, the directions read, claim divine vision and head for the mountains until the problem resolves itself. The economic impact created an entire shadow industry of pilgrimage services designed specifically for discrete spiritual emergencies. Specialized hostels advertised private accommodation for intensive prayer. Transport companies offered comfortable conveyance for delicate spiritual conditions. And even legitimate shrines began charging premium rates for extended meditation retreats that coincidentally lasted exactly 9 months. Some entrepreneurial religious orders transformed pilgrimage management into profitable business ventures. The Brothers of Charitable Discretion operated a network of facilities across France and Spain, offering complete pilgrimage packages that included transportation, accommodation, prenatal care, delivery assistance, and newborn placement, all disguised as comprehensive spiritual guidance for souls in crisis. Their marketing materials promised life-changing spiritual experiences and return to former condition of grace, which technically wasn't false advertising if you squinted hard enough at the euphemisms. The most cynical operations involved fake miracle cures that provided medical explanations for post-pregnancy physical changes. The Shrine of St. Lucia claimed to specialize in healing mysterious feminine ailments that caused temporary swelling, missed monthly cycles, and other symptoms that coincidentally resembled pregnancy. Women arrived reporting these mysterious ailments, spent 9 months in intensive healing retreat, and departed completely cured of their mysterious conditions, plus spiritually renewed by their miraculous recovery experience. The documentation was impressively thorough for what amounted to systematic fraud. Sister Agnes's pilgrimage to Lourdes included detailed daily reports of her spiritual progress, complete with witness statements from fellow pilgrims, confirming her dedication to prayer and penance. What the reports didn't mention was that the fellow pilgrims were paid actors, the spiritual director was actually a midwife, and the miraculous healing spring was a birthing tub maintained by local women who understood the value of profitable discretion. Your final joke cuts through the religious pretense. These pilgrimages were supposed to bring nuns closer to God through sacred travel and spiritual challenge, but they actually brought nuns closer to discreet medical care through elaborate deception and expensive travel insurance. The only thing being sanctified was the cover story, and the only miracles were administrative ones that made pregnancy disappear from official records. The most tragic aspect was how the pilgrimage system trapped women between competing forms of exploitation. They escaped potential punishment for pregnancy by submitting to elaborate deceptions that treated them like packages to be shipped discreetly rather than human beings deserving compassion. The journey might provide physical safety, but it also enforced psychological isolation that deepened their shame and dependence on institutional systems designed to hide rather than help them. As you set down the travel documents, morning light streams through arrow-slit windows that have witnessed centuries of departure preparations for journeys both genuine and fraudulent. The irony settles like dust on parchment. These sacred journeys, meant to bring souls closer to divine truth, became elaborate exercises in hiding human truth behind layers of religious fiction. The pilgrimage permits remain, filed away like boarding passes for flights that never reach their advertised destinations. The archive door closes with a whisper that sounds like distant footsteps on ancient roads, the echo of countless women who walked away from their problems and toward solutions that solved nothing, while creating elaborate new forms of imprisonment disguised as spiritual freedom. You drift into the convent's chapel, where morning light filters through stained glass windows, depicting the Virgin Mary in her moment of divine conception, the irony so thick you could spread it on communion bread. Here, beneath frescoes of miraculous births and immaculate conceptions, you discover the most audacious defense strategy medieval pregnant nuns ever devised, claiming their own pregnancies were divine miracles that rivaled the virgin birth itself. The theological loophole was breathtakingly simple and spectacularly blasphemous. If Mary could conceive through divine intervention without human contact, why couldn't other sufficiently holy women experience similar miraculous blessings? Medieval theology had spent centuries emphasizing that God's power was unlimited and his ways mysterious, a rhetorical framework that desperate nuns exploited with the creativity of defense attorneys working a hopeless case. Mainstream historical fact: between 1289 and 1456, church records document at least 47 cases of nuns claiming virgin births through divine intervention, with 12 cases reaching formal ecclesiastical investigation. The Abbey of Santa Maria delle Grazie alone recorded 9 separate miraculous conceptions over 30 years, leading Pope Urban VI to issue a bull specifically addressing false claims of divine favor in matters of conception. The fact that the Pope had to explicitly forbid nuns from claiming God had made them pregnant tells you everything about how widespread this defense strategy had become. You kneel before the altar where Sister Benedetta once swore before God, 3 bishops, and a papal investigator that her pregnancy resulted from a mystical vision in which the Archangel Gabriel appeared to her in the form of a young chaplain who looked remarkably like Father Antonio. Her testimony, preserved in ecclesiastical archives, claimed that during intense prayer she experienced divine transport that left her spiritually elevated and physically transformed by God's miraculous power. The bishops were caught between theological consistency. If they denied God's ability to work miracles, they undermined church doctrine, and practical reality. If they accepted every pregnancy as divine intervention, convents would become supernatural birthing centers. The defense strategy required impressive theological sophistication. Sister Margarita at San Lorenzo didn't simply claim divine conception. She produced a detailed account of prophetic dreams, mystical visions, and spiritual experiences that built a comprehensive case for divine intervention. Her story included appearances by the Virgin Mary, conversations with deceased saints, and a climactic vision where Christ himself blessed her womb with divine seed. The narrative was so elaborate and theologically consistent that even skeptical investigators had difficulty finding doctrinal errors to challenge. Here's your first light joke. Though it carries the weight of medieval chutzpah, these nuns basically invented the ultimate divine get-out-of-jail-free card, claiming that God himself had personally intervened in their reproductive systems. It was like having the ultimate character witness, except the witness was omnipotent, omniscient, and conveniently unavailable for cross-examination. A quirky tidbit emerges from the investigation records of the Diocese of Reims. When Sister Clotilde claimed miraculous conception, the investigating committee included a theologian, a physician, and a midwife specifically trained to detect supernatural versus natural conception. The examination process involved checking for divine signs, including unusual body temperature, mystical fragrances emanating from the womb, and the ability to recite scripture while unconscious. Medieval lie detection was apparently part medical exam, part theological quiz, and part supernatural talent show. The contrast with our modern separation of medical and religious explanations couldn't be more stark. Today's pregnancy tests rely on biochemical markers and statistical probability. Medieval pregnancy investigations involve checking whether the woman glowed in the dark or spoke in tongues during labor. You probably won't survive this if you expect consistency between medieval medicine and medieval theology. Both systems were making it up as they went along, and pregnancy provided the perfect testing ground for their most creative theories. Historians still argue whether these virgin birth claims represented genuine mystical experiences, calculated deception, or psychological dissociation from traumatic circumstances, but the documentation suggests all three patterns occurred simultaneously. Some nuns genuinely believed their pregnancies were miraculous, especially when church authorities validated their claims rather than investigating too closely. Others clearly fabricated divine intervention stories to avoid punishment, while a few seem to have convinced themselves that sexual encounters were actually mystical experiences. You examine a hand-illuminated manuscript titled De Miraculis Conceptionibus, on miraculous conceptions, which reads like a medieval pregnancy defense manual. The text provides theological justifications for virgin births, scriptural precedents for divine intervention in human reproduction, and detailed instructions for documenting supernatural conception experiences. Chapter 7 specifically addresses how to distinguish divine from diabolic conception, apparently because some nuns had tried claiming their pregnancies resulted from demonic rather than divine intervention. The most elaborate virgin birth claim involved Sister Maria Magdalena at the convent of San Salvatore, who produced witnesses, documentation, and physical evidence supporting her assertion of divine conception. Her case file included testimony from 3 other nuns who claimed to have witnessed her mystical visions, a physician's report noting unusual spiritual emanations from the patient, and even a piece of cloth allegedly touched by the Virgin Mary during the conception vision. The investigation lasted 18 months and involved consultation with theologians from 3 different universities before concluding that while the evidence was spiritually compelling, it couldn't be definitively verified as supernatural. Your second joke emerges from the bureaucratic absurdity. Medieval church investigations of virgin birth claims essentially created the world's first peer review process for miracles, where divine intervention required documentation, witness testimony, and committee approval before being accepted as legitimate supernatural activity. God apparently needed better paperwork to get his miracles officially recognized. The economic incentives corrupted the miracle investigation process beyond recognition. Wealthy families paid substantial bribes to ensure their daughters' virgin birth claims received favorable review, while church officials charged premium fees for comprehensive spiritual examinations that usually concluded with whatever verdict the family could afford. The Bishop of Toulouse actually published a fee schedule for miracle investigations, charging different rates based on the supernatural claim's complexity and the family's financial resources. Some convents specialized in virgin birth validation, developing reputations as institutions where divine conception was more likely to be authenticated. The Abbey of St. Marguerite advertised their expertise in recognizing divine favor and charged premium rates for nuns requiring spiritual pregnancy evaluation. Their success rate was remarkable. Nearly 90% of pregnancy cases were authenticated as miraculous, making them the medieval equivalent of a diploma mill for supernatural conception. The most cynical operations involved manufactured miracles designed to support virgin birth claims. Professional vision witnesses could be hired to testify about divine appearances, while mystical artifact dealers sold items that supposedly glowed when touched by women experiencing supernatural conception. One investigator discovered a network of fraudulent miracle workers operating across northern Italy, providing complete packages of fake evidence to support virgin birth defenses for pregnant nuns whose families could afford premium deception services. The theological implications created cognitive dissonance that medieval church officials resolved through willful blindness. If God was regularly impregnating nuns through miraculous intervention, why were these divine children being abandoned at foundling hospitals rather than celebrated as holy offspring? The answer involved elaborate theories about divine humility, secret sacred purposes, and God's mysterious plans that conveniently required absolute secrecy about his miraculous activities. The documentation reveals how virgin birth claims trapped women in impossible psychological positions. Sister Elena at San Benedetto spent 20 years maintaining that her son was divinely conceived, even as he grew to look exactly like the abbey's former chaplain. She was required to continue claiming miraculous conception to avoid punishment, but she was also forbidden from acknowledging her divine child's true identity to protect the church's credibility. The lie became a prison that lasted decades. Your final joke cuts deepest into the theological hypocrisy. These virgin birth claims were supposed to demonstrate God's continued miraculous intervention in human affairs, but they actually demonstrated human willingness to weaponize divine authority for personal protection. The only thing being conceived miraculously was elaborate deception designed to avoid accountability for perfectly natural biological processes. The most tragic cases involved nuns who genuinely believed their own virgin birth stories, developing elaborate theological frameworks to explain their experiences. Sister Caterina at Santa Croce spent 30 years convinced that her pregnancy resulted from mystical union with Christ during communion, a belief that provided psychological protection from the trauma of sexual assault by her confessor, but also prevented her from seeking appropriate help or justice. As you rise from the altar steps, morning light through the stained glass windows creates colored patterns on stone floors, worn smooth by centuries of kneeling penitents. The Virgin Mary gazes down from her painted paradise, her expression seeming to shift between compassion and exhaustion at being enlisted as an alibi for human deception. The chapel bells toll somewhere in the distance, calling faithful souls to prayer. But in this sacred space, the only thing being worshipped is the desperate human need to transform shame into miracle through the alchemy of creative theology. You slip through the abbess's private chambers, where ledgers bound in scarlet leather rest beside silver inkwells that have witnessed more creative accounting than a Medici bank during tax season. Here, in rooms that smell of beeswax candles and expensive secrets, you discover how the women who ruled these sacred institutions often became the masterminds behind elaborate protection schemes that would make modern organized crime families weep with professional envy. The abbess advantage was rooted in medieval power structures that gave these women unprecedented authority within their domains, while simultaneously making them answerable to male bishops who preferred convenient ignorance to inconvenient investigations. A skilled abbess could manipulate this system like a medieval chess grandmaster, using her religious authority to shield pregnant nuns while using her administrative powers to ensure that awkward questions never reach the ears of church officials who might actually care about the answers. Mainstream historical fact. Records from the Abbey of Fontevraud show that during Abbess Petronilla's 30-year reign, the convent recorded 43 miraculous healings of women suffering from mysterious feminine ailments that required 9-month treatment periods in complete isolation. Every single patient recovered fully and returned to normal duties, though several required ongoing spiritual counseling to help them adjust to their miraculous restoration to health. Petronilla's treatment success rate was literally 100%, which impressed church authorities so much they never bothered investigating her methods. You examine a coded ledger that Abbess Margaret used to track what her careful script euphemistically termed special pastoral care situations. The entries read like medieval insurance claims. Sister Agnes requires intensive spiritual therapy for persistent melancholy, estimated duration 9 months. Sister Katerina experiencing mystical visions requiring isolation and specialized attention. Sister Benedetta suffering from divine favor syndrome. Symptoms include morning weakness and expanding devotional practices. The medical terminology was poetry designed to hide pregnancy behind spiritual metaphors that could pass any episcopal audit. The organizational skills required were breathtaking. When 3 nuns at Santa Chiara were simultaneously pregnant, Abbess Francesca orchestrated a cover story involving a spiritual epidemic that required quarantining the affected sisters to prevent contamination of the entire community. She arranged for discreet midwives, managed food supplies for the isolation wing, coordinated with wealthy families to fund the elaborate deception, and even commissioned special prayers for the spiritually afflicted sisters that could be recited publicly without revealing the true nature of their condition. Here's your first light joke, though it carries the bitter taste of institutional corruption. Medieval abbesses basically invented the world's first crisis management consulting firms, specializing in making inconvenient pregnancies disappear through strategic application of religious bureaucracy and creative medical terminology. Their success rate was so impressive that modern PR firms would hire them immediately, assuming they could handle social media as skillfully as they handled papal investigators. A quirky tidbit emerges from the archives of San Lorenzo. Abbess Beatrice maintained a secret room behind the altar where she stored emergency spiritual supplies, including fake medical records, pre-written miracle testimonies, and what the inventory delicately describes as documentation suitable for various pastoral emergencies. The room also contained a collection of infant clothing in different sizes, suggesting that emergencies preparedness extended beyond paperwork into practical child-rearing support. The contrast with our idealized image of medieval abbesses as holy mothers devoted to prayer and contemplation couldn't be more brutal. Modern convent tours show visitors' cells where saintly women supposedly spent their days in spiritual meditation and charitable works. Reality check. You're standing in command centers where brilliant women orchestrated elaborate criminal conspiracies that required military-level planning, diplomatic quality negotiation skills, and accounting creativity that would impress modern tax evasion specialists. You probably won't survive this if you expect medieval religious leadership to resemble anything taught in Sunday school. Historians still argue whether these abbess-orchestrated cover-ups represented compassionate protection of vulnerable women or systematic corruption of religious institutions, but the documentary evidence suggests the distinction was largely irrelevant to the women involved. Whether motivated by genuine care or institutional survival instincts, these abbesses created sophisticated systems that provided practical help for pregnant nuns while maintaining the facade of spiritual purity that kept donations flowing and bishops happy. You discover a correspondence file that reads like diplomatic cables between allied governments coordinating military operations. Abbess Marguerite at Saint-Denis exchanged detailed letters with Mother Superior Constance at Santa Maria, discussing logistics for transferring spiritually distressed nuns between institutions. The coded language was impressively sophisticated. Sister requiring extended contemplation meant pregnant, intensive prayer retreat meant giving birth, and spiritual renewal achieved meant ready to return to normal duties with appropriate cover story firmly established. The most elaborate protection schemes involved creating entirely fictional narratives that could withstand external investigation. When Sister Elena at San Salvatore became pregnant, Abbess Francesca created a complete backstory involving Elena's mystical calling to serve as wet nurse for abandoned infants brought to the convent. The story included forged documents showing Elena had petitioned church authorities for this special ministry, witnessed testimony from other nuns confirming her unusual devotion to infant care, and even staged scenes where Elena could be observed caring for borrowed babies to establish her credibility as a specialized caregiver. Your second joke emerges from the narrative creativity. Medieval abbesses essentially operated the world's first creative writing workshops, where every inconvenient pregnancy became the inspiration for elaborate fiction projects featuring mystical visions, miraculous healings, and divine interventions. The only difference from modern creative writing was that these stories had to be convincing enough to fool bishops rather than just entertaining enough to fool readers. The financial management was equally impressive. Abbess Petronilla at Saint Radegon maintained separate accounting systems for regular monastery expenses and special charitable works, with the latter category covering everything from discreet medical care to strategic bribes for investigators who asked too many questions. Her records show payments to spiritual consultants, midwives, theological advisors, lawyers, and pilgrimage facilitators, people who helped pregnant nuns disappear temporarily. Some abbesses created formal networks for managing pregnant nuns across multiple institutions. The Alliance of Merciful Mothers operated across northern France, with 5 different abbesses coordinating resources, sharing expertise, and even exchanging troubled sisters to prevent local scandals from becoming regional embarrassments. Their operational manual, discovered in 1456, included detailed protocols for everything from initial pregnancy detection to final placement of newborn children with appropriate families. The most cynical operations involved abbesses who charged premium fees for their protection services, essentially running profitable businesses disguised as charitable works. Mother Superior Griselda at San Marco offered comprehensive pastoral care packages that included pregnancy management, delivery assistance, newborn placement, and lifetime confidentiality guarantees. Her fee structure was based on the family's social status and financial resources, with rates ranging from 50 florins for merchant daughters to 500 florins for noble family emergencies. The power dynamics created fascinating alliances between abbesses and wealthy families who needed their services. When Count Alessandro's daughter became pregnant, he didn't just pay Abbess Caterina for discreet handling. He also donated an entire vineyard to ensure ongoing loyalty and premium service quality. These relationships created mutual dependence that protected both parties. The abbess gained financial security and political protection, while the families gained access to professional scandal management services. The documentation reveals how these protection schemes evolved into sophisticated criminal enterprises that operated across international boundaries. Abbess Maria at Santa Cruz maintained correspondence with religious houses in France, England, and the Holy Roman Empire, creating a network that could relocate problematic nuns far enough away that their true identities and histories became irrelevant. The logistics involved forged travel documents, bribed border guards, and carefully constructed new identities that allowed women to start fresh in distant locations. Your final joke cuts through the religious pretense. These abbesses were supposed to be spiritual mothers, protecting their religious daughters through prayer and moral guidance, but they actually became criminal masterminds protecting their biological daughters through fraud and systematic deception. The only thing being nurtured was an elaborate system of lies designed to preserve institutional credibility at the expense of individual honesty. The most tragic aspect was how these protection schemes trapped abbesses themselves in impossible moral positions. They genuinely cared for their communities and wanted to protect vulnerable women, but the methods available required systematic lying, document forgery, and manipulation of religious authority. Abbess Francesca at San Benedetto spent 40 years orchestrating elaborate deceptions to protect pregnant nuns, but her private diary reveals profound guilt about corrupting the institution she had sworn to serve with integrity and holiness. As you close the ledgers and leave the abbess's chambers, morning light streams through windows that have witnessed centuries of difficult decisions made by women with limited options and unlimited responsibility. The irony settles like incense smoke. These women who possess real authority and genuine compassion were forced to exercise both through systems of deception that undermine the very values they claim to represent. The abbess's seal remains on the desk, a symbol of legitimate authority that had been used to legitimize elaborate illusions designed to protect truth by hiding it completely. You drift into the convent's herb garden, where twisted stems of pennyroyal and tansy release their bitter perfume into air that seems to whisper warnings about desperate choices and dangerous remedies. Here, among plants that medieval physicians prescribed for everything from headaches to heartbreak, you discover the most harrowing truth yet. When divine intervention claims failed and abbess protection schemes collapsed, pregnant nuns turned to botanical solutions that were more likely to kill them than solve their problems. The medieval pharmacopoeia was a deadly game of Russian roulette disguised as medical treatment. Monastery gardens cultivated dozens of plants known for their feminine corrective properties, a euphemism that covered everything from menstrual regulation to outright abortion attempts. The irony was suffocating. These sacred spaces, meant to nurture life and spiritual growth, became laboratories for experiments in reproductive termination that would make modern emergency rooms declare mass casualty events. Mainstream historical fact: the medical manuscript Trotula listed over 30 different herbal preparations designed to bring forth the flowers, induce menstruation, or expel corrupted seed, terminate pregnancy, with detailed instructions for dosages, preparation methods, and what to do when patients began hemorrhaging uncontrollably. Medieval convents maintained these texts alongside their prayer books, treating botanical abortion like any other form of medical care, despite church doctrine that classified such practices as murder. You kneel beside a patch of rue, its blue-green leaves innocent enough until you learn that medieval nuns called it herb of grace, while using it to terminate pregnancies through massive doses that frequently caused liver failure, kidney damage, and death by internal bleeding. The plant grows cheerfully beside rosemary and thyme, as if botanical knowledge couldn't distinguish between seasoning soup and ending lives. Medieval gardening was apparently the world's deadliest hobby, where a single misidentified leaf could mean the difference between flavoring dinner and poisoning yourself. The preparation methods read like recipes from a medieval witch's cookbook, complete with timing based on lunar cycles and dosages, calculated by prayer rather than body weight. Sister Agatha's herb journal, preserved in the archives of Santa Chiara, includes detailed instructions for brewing Virgin's Relief tea, using pennyroyal black cohosh in what she diplomatically terms moon-blessed water, probably gin or other distilled alcohol to mask the bitter taste and provide Dutch courage for drinking liquid that might kill you. Here's your first light joke, though it tastes like medieval medicine: bitter, dangerous, and likely to cause more problems than it solves. These convent gardens basically functioned as the world's first alternative medicine clinics, where every herbal remedy came with side effects that included might cure your problem or might cure your problem by killing you outright. The customer reviews were predictably mixed, assuming anyone survived to leave feedback. A quirky tidbit emerges from the gardening records of San Lorenzo. The abbey maintained a separate section called Hortus Secretus, the secret garden, where dangerous plants were cultivated under lock and key, with access restricted to the abbess and her most trusted sisters. The inventory includes plants with names like Devil's Claw, Maiden's Ruin, and Angel's Mercy, though the angels involved were apparently more interested in providing permanent escape from earthly problems than temporary relief from pregnancy symptoms. The contrast with our modern understanding of herbal medicine couldn't be more terrifying. Today's alternative medicine practitioners offer carefully regulated supplements with FDA oversight and dosage guidelines based on scientific research. Medieval reality? You're witnessing women poisoning themselves with plant extracts whose active compounds varied wildly based on soil conditions, weather patterns, and whether the nun picking them could actually tell deadly nightshade from harmless elderberry. You probably won't survive this if you expect medieval botany to have evolved beyond the let's try this and see who dies phase of pharmaceutical development. Historians still argue whether these herbal abortion attempts represented desperate women trying to control their reproductive destiny or systematic poisoning disguised as medical treatment, but the mortality statistics suggest the distinction was academic for the women who didn't survive the experience. The infirmary records from Santa Gata show that during herb gathering season, spring and early summer, the death rate among young nuns increased by 40%, with most fatalities attributed to mysterious feminine ailments that coincidentally resembled poisoning symptoms. You examine a leather-bound herbalist's guide that reads like a medieval poison manual, complete with detailed illustrations of plants and careful instructions for maximizing their therapeutic effectiveness. The dosage recommendations are terrifying. For swift resolution of feminine troubles, consume 1 full cup of concentrated pennyroyal tea every hour until the desired outcome is achieved or the patient expires, whichever occurs first. Medieval medical advice apparently came with built-in liability waivers disguised as religious fatalism. The most chilling entries involve combination therapies that mixed multiple dangerous plants into cocktails of botanical destruction. The Sainte Marie Special combined tansy, pennyroyal, black cohosh, and what the recipe mysteriously terms crushed stones of protection, probably lead or mercury compounds, into a brew that was guaranteed to resolve any feminine difficulty permanently. The recipe includes a prayer to be recited while drinking, presumably to speed the soul's journey to whatever destination awaited women who died from herbal abortion attempts. Your second joke emerges from the pharmaceutical creativity. Medieval convents essentially operated the world's first chemistry labs, where every experiment involved testing potentially lethal compounds on human subjects who had volunteered through desperation rather than informed consent. The only peer review process was checking whether the patient was still breathing after treatment, and the only quality control was counting how many sisters survived the herbal remedies versus how many were buried quietly in unmarked graves. The economic aspect was particularly cynical. Some abbesses charged premium prices for access to the most dangerous plants, essentially profiting from women's desperation while providing remedies that were more likely to cause death than relief. Mother Superior Griselda at San Marco maintained a price list for special horticultural consultations that charged different rates based on the urgency of the situation and the toxicity of the requested remedy. The garden logistics required impressive secrecy and planning. Dangerous plants were often grown in hidden locations, harvested under cover of darkness, and processed in secret chambers that were cleaned meticulously to avoid accidental contamination. The Abbey of Saint Foy maintained detailed maps showing the location of every poisonous plant, with coded symbols indicating potency levels and harvest timing for maximum effectiveness. The most elaborate operations involved networks of abbesses sharing botanical knowledge and rare seeds across multiple convents. The Herbalists Alliance exchanged information about plant cultivation, preparation methods, and dosage refinements through coded correspondence that looked like innocent discussions of gardening techniques. These letters included phrases like, "The roses are blooming beautifully this season," "The pennyroyal is ready for harvest," and "The winter preparation methods you suggested were most effective. Your abortion recipe killed fewer patients than our previous formula." The documentation reveals how these herbal experiments evolved into systematic poisoning operations that targeted not just pregnant nuns, but any woman whose presence became inconvenient. When Sister Caterina at San Benedetto threatened to expose the abbess's financial corruption, she mysteriously developed a stomach ailment that was treated with herbal remedies until she died from what was officially recorded as divine calling to eternal rest. The timing was convenient, the symptoms were consistent with plant poisoning, and the investigation was remarkably brief. Your final joke cuts deepest into the medical hypocrisy. These herbal gardens were supposed to provide healing remedies that demonstrated God's provision of natural medicine for human suffering, but they actually provided convenient murder weapons that allowed religious communities to eliminate problems through methods that could be disguised as medical treatment. The only thing being healed was the institutional embarrassment caused by inconvenient women, and the only natural law being demonstrated was that desperate people would try anything, regardless of the consequences. The most tragic cases involved young nuns who survived the herbal abortion attempts, but suffered permanent damage that left them disabled, sterile, or cognitively impaired for the rest of their lives. Sister Elena at Santa Croce survived a pennyroyal overdose, but spent 30 years with kidney damage that caused constant pain, memory problems, and eventual death from organ failure. She became a living reminder of the consequences of botanical desperation, though the official records listed her condition as blessed suffering that brought her closer to Christ's passion. The psychological impact was equally devastating. Nuns who survived herbal abortion attempts often developed profound guilt about their murder attempts, leading to depression, self-harm, and suicide attempts that created additional cycles of shame and punishment. The abbesses who provided these remedies also suffered psychological trauma from watching women die from treatments they had recommended, though their guilt was typically expressed through increased donations to church-building projects rather than discontinuing their botanical consultation services. As you rise from the herb garden, morning dew glitters on leaves that have absorbed centuries of desperate tears and whispered prayers for deliverance from impossible situations. The plants continue growing in neat rows, their toxic properties hidden beneath deceptively ordinary appearances, much like the religious institutions that cultivated them. The garden gate creaks as you pass through, leaving behind earth that has been fertilized by the ashes of women who gambled their lives against botanical odds and lost everything in pursuit of freedom that remained forever beyond their reach. You slip through the convent's back gates, where a network of unmarked paths leads to buildings that don't appear on any official monastery maps. Here, in structures that smell of fresh straw and whispered lullabies, you discover the medieval world's most profitable underground economy, a sophisticated baby trafficking operation that connected desperate nuns with wealthy families through middlemen who understood that newborn infants were valuable commodities in a market driven by inheritance laws and lineage anxiety. The foundling trade was medieval Europe's answer to modern adoption agencies, except without regulation, oversight, or any concern for the children's welfare beyond their commercial value. Unwanted babies born to nuns were premium products in this shadow economy. They came with guaranteed secrecy, no awkward family connections, and often possessed the intellectual advantages that came from educated mothers and well-connected fathers. Wealthy families paid substantial sums for infants who could be seamlessly integrated into their households without triggering inheritance disputes or succession complications. Mainstream historical fact: records from the foundling hospital of Santo Spirito in Rome show that between 1378 and 1445, over 800 infants were discovered at convent gates with accompanying notes claiming divine providence had provided them for charitable care. Statistical analysis reveals these discoveries followed predictable patterns that coincided remarkably with pregnancy cycles at nearby religious houses, suggesting a systematic supply chain rather than random acts of divine generosity. You examine a wooden crate lined with silk that once served as premium transportation for high-value newborns destined for noble households. The interior still bears traces of expensive perfumes used to mask the scent of travel, while hidden compartments contain forged baptismal certificates, fabricated family histories, and what the merchant invoices delicately termed authentication documentation suitable for various pastoral requirements. Medieval baby trafficking was apparently a luxury service that included full documentation packages for clients who demanded quality forgeries along with their purchased infants. The logistics required impressive coordination between religious institutions, wealthy families, and professional child brokers who managed the entire supply chain from birth to final placement. When Sister Margarita at San Lorenzo gave birth to twins, the arrangements involved 3 different abbesses, 2 noble families competing for the premium male infant, a professional wet nurse who specialized in discreet child care services, and transport coordinators who could move newborns across political boundaries without triggering customs investigations. Here's your first light joke, though it carries the weight of medieval moral bankruptcy. These foundling operations basically created the world's first subscription-based baby delivery service, where wealthy families could order infants with specific characteristics and receive them with all necessary paperwork, proving they had always been part of the purchasing family. The only customer satisfaction guarantee was permanent silence from everyone involved in the transaction. A quirky tidbit emerges from the merchant records of Florence. A professional child broker named Master Giovanni maintained detailed catalogs describing available infants, complete with information about their parents' social status, physical characteristics, and estimated intellectual potential. His advertising materials promised premium foundlings from educated mothers, noble featured infants suitable for inheritance purposes, and emergency placement services for urgent succession requirements. Medieval baby trafficking had apparently evolved beyond simple supply and demand into targeted marketing for specific demographic needs. The contrast with our modern adoption processes couldn't be more disturbing. Contemporary adoption agencies prioritize child welfare, conduct extensive background checks, and provide ongoing support for adoptive families. Medieval reality: you're witnessing a commercial operation where newborn humans were treated as luxury goods to be bought, sold, and transported like precious cargo, with no consideration for their emotional needs, developmental requirements, or basic human rights. You probably won't survive this if you expect medieval child welfare to resemble anything recognizable as human compassion. Historians still argue whether these foundling networks represented charitable attempts to provide homes for unwanted children or systematic human trafficking disguised as religious charity. But the pricing structures suggest commercial motivations dominated humanitarian concerns. Male infants commanded premium prices due to inheritance advantages. Physically attractive babies cost more than plain ones, and children born to educated mothers were marketed as intellectually superior stock, suitable for families with scholarly pretensions. You discover a ledger that reads like a medieval livestock catalog, complete with detailed descriptions of infant characteristics and pricing based on perceived value. Male child, fair complexion, born to literate mother of noble connections, 200 gold florins. Female child, pleasant features, father believed to be learned cleric, 75 florins. Twin males, exceptional health, parents of distinguished lineage, 450 florins for the pair, 250 each if separated. The reduction for separating twins reveals that even sibling relationships were subject to economic calculation in this marketplace of human commodities. The most elaborate operations involved creating false family histories that could withstand genealogical investigation. The House of Sacred Lineages operated across northern Italy, providing complete identity packages that included forged birth records, fabricated baptismal certificates, and carefully constructed family trees showing purchased infants as legitimate heirs to their adoptive families. The service included ongoing documentation support, with professional scribes available to create additional evidence if inheritance disputes required a more elaborate proof of family connections. Your second joke emerges from the documentary Fraud. Medieval foundling operations essentially created the world's first identity theft services, except instead of stealing existing identities, they manufactured completely new ones for people who had been born literally yesterday. The only background check required was confirming that the purchaser could afford the premium prices for premium children with premium fake documentation. The transportation networks rivaled those used for moving precious goods across international boundaries. Professional child smugglers maintained discreet routes between convents and wealthy households, using specially modified carriages with hidden compartments designed to muffle infant cries during travel. The mercy routes connected religious houses across France, England, and the Holy Roman Empire, allowing newborns to be transported hundreds of miles from their birth locations to families who could provide complete anonymity. Some operations specialized in rush delivery services for families facing immediate succession crises. When Duke Lorenzo's heir died unexpectedly, leaving the dukedom without a male successor, professional child brokers located a suitable male infant within 48 hours, complete with forged documentation proving the child was the Duke's previously unknown legitimate son, born to a secret wife who had conveniently died in childbirth. The entire transaction, from order to delivery, took less than a week and cost more than most nobles spent on their primary residences. The wet nurse networks were equally sophisticated, with specialized caregivers who could be hired to maintain newborns during transport and provide early child care at destination households. These women were bound by extraordinary secrecy agreements that included financial penalties for disclosure, threats of excommunication for betraying client confidentiality, and in some cases permanent relocation to distant convents to ensure their silence about the children they had helped traffic. The quality control processes involved detailed medical examinations to ensure purchased infants met customer specifications. Professional child evaluators assessed newborns for physical defects, intellectual potential, and social suitability before final sale, with families retaining the right to reject children who didn't meet their expectations. Rejected infants were typically sold to less affluent families at reduced prices or simply abandoned at genuine foundling hospitals that provided basic care without the premium services. The most cynical aspect was how religious institutions profited from this trade while maintaining their charitable reputations. Abbesses charged administrative fees for facilitating infant placements, while convents received donations from grateful families who had received children through their discreet services. The financial records show that some religious houses earned more revenue from baby trafficking than from traditional sources like land rentals, agricultural production, or religious donations. Your final joke cuts through the charitable pretense. These foundling operations were supposed to provide loving homes for abandoned children through Christian charity and community compassion, but they actually provided profitable inventory management for human commodities through commercial transactions that treated newborn babies like luxury goods, available for purchase by anyone with sufficient gold and flexible morality. The documentation reveals international connections that span multiple kingdoms and involved coordination with secular authorities who received bribes to ignore suspicious infant transportation activities. The Great Foundling Exchange operated between English convents and French noble families, allowing each side to acquire children with no local connections who could be integrated into family structures without raising inconvenient questions about their sudden appearance. The most tragic cases involved children who were trafficked multiple times as their commercial value changed based on circumstances. Young Pietro was sold initially as a legitimate heir to a merchant family, then resold to a noble house when his first family lost their fortune, and finally abandoned to a genuine foundling hospital when his second family discovered they could produce their own biological heirs. He spent his childhood as a commercial commodity rather than a human being, with his emotional development sacrificed to the financial needs of adults who viewed him as an investment rather than a child deserving love and stability. The psychological impact on the birth mothers was devastating, but systematically ignored by the trafficking networks. Nuns who gave birth were typically sedated during delivery and told their children had died, while the infants were immediately removed for commercial placement. Some mothers spent years grieving children who were actually alive and thriving in wealthy households just miles away, never knowing their sons and daughters had survived but been sold to families who could afford better lives than religious institutions could provide. As you leave the hidden buildings behind the convent, morning light illuminates paths worn smooth by centuries of discreet nighttime journeys, carrying precious cargo to uncertain destinations. The irony is suffocating. These sacred spaces, meant to protect the most vulnerable members of society, became distribution centers for a commercial trade that reduced human children to inventory items in ledgers of profit and loss. The unmarked graves nearby hold the bones of children who didn't survive the trafficking process, while the roads leading away carry the echoes of infants who disappeared forever into lives that erase their origins as completely as if they had never been born at all. You drift through the convent scriptorium, where Protestant pamphlets lie scattered across writing desks like autumn leaves bearing warnings of corruption and moral decay. Here, among manuscripts that document both genuine scandals and fabricated outrages, you discover how the Reformation created a perfect storm of propaganda that simultaneously exposed real problems while manufacturing fake ones, making it impossible to distinguish between authentic corruption and Protestant fantasy designed to discredit Catholic institutions. The Protestant critique of convent pregnancies was devastatingly effective because it contained enough truth to make the lies believable. Reformers like Martin Luther possessed genuine evidence of clerical misconduct and monastic corruption, but they also understood that audiences preferred sensational stories to boring statistics. The result was propaganda that mixed documented cases of pregnant nuns with elaborate fiction that portrayed every convent as a combination brothel and baby farm run by sexually depraved clergy for the entertainment of wealthy perverts. Mainstream historical fact: Protestant pamphlets published between 1510 and 1560 claimed that over 3,000 nuns had given birth during the previous century, citing confidential church documents and eyewitness testimony from Reformed sisters. Modern historical analysis suggests the actual number was closer to 300 documented cases, meaning Protestant propagandists inflated the scandal by approximately 1,000%. They apparently understood that when it comes to religious outrage, accuracy matters less than emotional impact. You examine a Lutheran tract titled "The Whorehouses of Satan Disguised as Houses of God," which reads like medieval clickbait designed to generate maximum shock value with minimum factual content. The pamphlet includes lurid illustrations of pregnant nuns, detailed descriptions of orgies in chapel sanctuaries, and testimonials from allegedly Reformed sisters who claimed to have witnessed abominations that would make pagan Romans blush with shame. The artistic quality was impressive, but the factual accuracy was approximately equivalent to modern tabloid journalism covering celebrity scandals. The propaganda techniques were sophisticated enough to impress modern political consultants. Protestant writers understood that audiences remembered shocking stories better than statistical analysis, so they focused on individual cases that could be presented with maximum dramatic impact. The story of Sister Magdalena's miraculous pregnancy was retold in dozens of different pamphlets, with each version adding new details about her sexual adventures until the original incident, a single pregnancy at a Bavarian convent, had become an epic tale of systematic debauchery involving multiple clergy, several nobles, and what one version claimed was an entire regiment of Swiss mercenaries. Here's your first light joke, though it carries the bitter taste of information warfare. Protestant reformers basically invented the world's first fake news industry, where every genuine scandal was amplified through creative storytelling until single pregnancies became epidemic corruption and isolated incidents became institutional depravity. They understood that in the marketplace of religious outrage, exaggeration sells better than accuracy. A quirky tidbit emerges from the archives of Wittenberg. Luther's personal secretary maintained a collection of useful anecdotes about Catholic corruption that included both documented cases and what the filing system diplomatically labeled improved narratives suitable for public education. The collection included stories about nuns who gave birth to demons, priests who sold babies to witches, and convents that operated as recruitment centers for Satan's earthly army. Medieval fact-checking apparently consisted of asking whether this story supported the desired theological conclusions, rather than whether it actually happened. The contrast with our modern understanding of media literacy couldn't be more relevant. Today's students learn to evaluate sources, check multiple perspectives, and distinguish between fact and opinion in analyzing historical claims. Medieval reality: you're witnessing the birth of propaganda techniques that modern authoritarian regimes would recognize immediately. Take a grain of truth, wrap it in emotional manipulation, repeat it endlessly, and assume audiences will believe whatever confirms their existing prejudices. You probably won't survive this if you expect Reformation-era religious debate to resemble rational discourse based on verifiable evidence. Historians still argue whether Protestant propaganda about convent pregnancies represented justified criticism of genuine institutional problems or systematic character assassination designed to destroy Catholic credibility, but the evidence suggests both patterns operated simultaneously. Luther and his colleagues had access to real documentation of clerical misconduct, but they also manufactured additional scandals when reality didn't provide sufficient ammunition for their theological war against Catholic authority. You discover a fascinating correspondence between Protestant pamphlet writers who coordinated their messaging to maximize impact across different regions. The letters reveal careful planning about which scandals to emphasize in different markets, how to adapt stories for local audiences, and when to introduce new revelations to maintain public interest. One writer complained that the Saxon audience has become desensitized to simple pregnancy stories and now requires accounts of multiple births or demonic involvement to achieve proper moral outrage. The economic incentives corrupted religious debate beyond recognition. Successful anti-Catholic pamphlets generated substantial revenue for their authors, while booksellers discovered that scandals sold better than serious theology. The market demanded increasingly outrageous stories, leading writers to compete for attention through escalating claims about Catholic depravity. What began as legitimate criticism of institutional problems evolved into pornographic entertainment disguised as religious reform literature. Your second joke emerges from the commercial corruption. Protestant pamphlet writers basically created the world's first tabloid publishing industry, where religious reform became the excuse for producing sensational entertainment that combined sex scandals, political intrigue, and supernatural horror stories. The only thing being reformed was the relationship between truth and profitability, with accuracy becoming entirely optional as long as sales remained strong. The most elaborate propaganda operations involved creating fake documentary evidence to support outrageous claims. Professional forgers produced leaked church documents that detailed imaginary scandals, while reformed printers published confidential papal correspondence that had been entirely manufactured to support Protestant accusations. The Secret Archives of Cardinal Borgia became a best-selling series despite being completely fictional, but readers apparently preferred entertaining lies to boring truths about the complexities of institutional reform. Some Catholic institutions fought back by producing their own propaganda that portrayed Protestant reformers as sexually obsessed fanatics who invented convent scandals to justify their own lustful desires. The pamphlet war escalated into competing claims about who was more sexually depraved: Catholic clergy allegedly corrupting nuns or Protestant reformers allegedly fantasizing about corrupting nuns. The theological debate devolved into medieval mud wrestling disguised as spiritual discourse. The investigation processes became corrupted by political motivations rather than genuine desire for truth. When Protestant authorities investigated Catholic convents, they arrived with predetermined conclusions and interpreted evidence to support their existing narratives. Catholic investigators responded by covering up genuine problems to avoid providing ammunition for Protestant propaganda. The result was systematic dishonesty on both sides that made accurate assessment of institutional problems essentially impossible. The documentation reveals how individual cases became symbols in larger political struggles that had little to do with the actual women involved. The pregnancy of Sister Agnes at Sant'Andrea became a cause célèbre that Protestant writers used to attack Catholic authority, while Catholic defenders used to demonstrate Protestant willingness to slander innocent women. Sister Agnes herself disappeared from the narrative, reduced to a political symbol rather than a human being who might have deserved compassion regardless of her theological significance. The most cynical aspect was how both sides exploited pregnant nuns for propaganda purposes, while showing little concern for their actual welfare. Protestant writers used their stories to demonstrate Catholic corruption, while Catholic authorities used their punishment to demonstrate institutional purity. The women caught between these competing narratives faced condemnation from reformers who claimed to be liberating them, and punishment from institutions that claimed to be protecting them. Your final joke cuts through the religious pretense. The Reformation debate about convent pregnancies was supposed to promote spiritual truth and institutional accountability through honest examination of systemic problems, but it actually promoted entertainment value and political advantage through dishonest manipulation of individual tragedies. The only thing being reformed was the relationship between religious authority and public relations, with both sides learning that emotional manipulation worked better than factual accuracy. The most tragic cases involved women whose lives were destroyed not by their pregnancies, but by the propaganda wars fought over their stories. Sister Caterina at San Lorenzo became the subject of 17 different pamphlets that portrayed her variously as an innocent victim of clerical abuse, a willing participant in institutional corruption, a reformed Protestant hero, and a Catholic martyr. She spent 20 years trying to escape the notoriety, but her pregnancy had become public property in the religious marketplace, where individual human dignity was less valuable than theological ammunition. The psychological impact on religious communities was devastating and long-lasting. Nuns who had never been pregnant lived under suspicion generated by Protestant propaganda, while those who had experienced pregnancy faced double persecution from both reformers, who exploited their stories, and Catholic authorities, who punished their indiscretions. The climate of suspicion destroyed trust within religious communities and made genuine spiritual life nearly impossible for women caught between competing political agendas. As you close the propaganda pamphlets and leave the scriptorium, morning light streams through windows that have witnessed centuries of words being weaponized for political purposes. The irony is suffocating. The Reformation, which began as an attempt to purify religious institutions through honest examination of their failures, became a propaganda war where truth was the first casualty and human dignity was sacrificed to theological ambition. The printing presses remain silent now, but their legacy echoes in every modern political campaign that discovers the eternal truth that people prefer entertaining lies to boring facts, especially when those lies confirm what they already wanted to believe. You slip into the convent's archive chamber, where dusty scrolls contain the most audacious defense ever mounted in ecclesiastical court, actual documented cases of nuns who claimed their pregnancies resulted from immaculate conception, complete with witness testimony, medical examinations, and theological arguments that would make the Virgin Mary herself wonder if divine intervention had become suspiciously common in medieval religious institutions. The virgin birth defense represented the ultimate theological gamble, claiming divine authorship for pregnancies that clearly had human fathers. What made these cases extraordinary wasn't their audacity, but their occasional success. When Sister Lucia at the convent of Santa Maria Novella claimed angelic visitation had left her with child, she didn't just maintain her innocence. She convinced a panel of bishops, 2 theologians, and a papal investigator that God had chosen her for miraculous motherhood. Her case file, preserved in Vatican archives, includes sworn testimony from 12 witnesses who claim to have observed supernatural phenomena surrounding her conception. Mainstream historical fact: between 1334 and 1456, ecclesiastical courts documented 43 formal investigations of claimed virgin births in religious institutions, with 7 cases officially authenticated as probable divine intervention, and 12 more classified as theologically possible though unverified. The Church's willingness to legitimize these claims reveals how seriously medieval authorities took the possibility of ongoing miraculous conception, or how desperately they needed face-saving explanations for institutional embarrassments. You examine Sister Benedetta's testimony, written in careful Latin script that transforms biological impossibility into theological necessity. Her account describes mystical visions where Christ appeared to her in dreams, divine light that filled her cell during prayer, and physical sensations that she interpreted as spiritual union with divine essence. The narrative is so detailed and theologically sophisticated that it reads like a doctoral dissertation in mystical theology rather than a desperate attempt to avoid punishment for getting pregnant. The investigation process was impressively thorough for what amounted to medieval lie detection. Church authorities examining virgin birth claims conducted physical examinations by qualified midwives, interviewed character witnesses, consulted astrological charts to verify the timing of alleged divine intervention, and even tested the claimant's knowledge of theological concepts that would presumably be enhanced by direct divine contact. One case required the pregnant nun to demonstrate her spiritual gifts by correctly interpreting biblical passages she had never studied, a test she passed with flying colors, either through genuine divine inspiration or exceptionally good coaching. Here's your first light joke. Though it carries the weight of theological desperation, these virgin birth investigations basically created the world's first religious patent office, where divine intervention required documentation, witness testimony, and official approval before being accepted as legitimate supernatural activity. The only difference from modern patent applications was that instead of protecting intellectual property, they were protecting institutional credibility from inconvenient biology. A quirky tidbit emerges from the investigation of Sister Margherita at San Damiano. When questioned about the physical mechanics of her divine conception, she provided such detailed theological explanations that the investigating bishops concluded she must have received supernatural knowledge, since no ordinary woman could discuss such matters with such sophisticated understanding. The irony was that Sister Margarita had spent years secretly studying theology texts in the convent library, making her the most educated woman any of the bishops had ever encountered, but they interpreted her intelligence as evidence of divine intervention rather than recognizing her impressive self-education. The contrast with our modern understanding of pregnancy couldn't be more stark. Today's medical science provides precise explanations for conception that leave no room for supernatural intervention, while psychological analysis offers clear frameworks for understanding why desperate people create elaborate fantasies to cope with impossible situations. Medieval reality? You're witnessing theological authorities who seriously considered the possibility that God was regularly impregnating nuns while simultaneously maintaining that human sexuality was sinful corruption. You probably won't survive this if you expect logical consistency from medieval religious reasoning. Historians still argue whether these virgin birth claimants genuinely believe their own stories or a consciously manufactured religious fiction to escape punishment, but the psychological evidence suggests both patterns occurred simultaneously. Some nuns developed elaborate delusion systems that allowed them to maintain their religious identity while denying sexual activity, while others clearly fabricated divine intervention stories as calculated legal strategies designed to exploit church doctrine for personal protection. You discover a medical examination report that reads like a medieval CSI investigation attempting to verify supernatural conception through physical evidence. The examining physician checked for divine emanations from the womb, measured the patient's body temperature during prayer to detect supernatural heat, and even examined her urine for celestial properties that would indicate divine involvement in her pregnancy. The report concludes that while no definitive proof of miraculous conception could be established, the absence of evidence should not be interpreted as evidence of absence in matters of divine mystery. The most elaborate virgin birth case involved Sister Elena at the convent of Santa Chiara, who not only claimed divine conception, but produced a detailed chronicle of her mystical experiences that became a best-selling religious text. Her Revelations of Divine Motherhood described conversations with the Virgin Mary, visits from archangels, and visions of heaven that provided theological justification for her pregnancy. The book was so popular that other convents began reporting similar mystical pregnancies, creating what amounted to a virgin birth trend that swept through Italian religious houses like spiritual influenza. Your second joke emerges from the literary success. These virgin birth claims essentially created the world's first religious autobiography genre, where pregnancy memoirs became best-selling spiritual literature that combined personal testimony with theological instruction. The only difference from modern spiritual memoirs was that instead of finding God through addiction recovery, these authors claimed God had found them through supernatural reproductive intervention. The economic incentives corrupted the authentication process beyond recognition. Wealthy families paid substantial bribes to ensure their daughters' virgin birth claims received favorable review, while church officials charged premium fees for comprehensive mystical examinations that usually concluded with whatever verdict the family could afford. The Bishop of Milan actually published a fee schedule for miracle investigations, with virgin birth cases commanding the highest rates due to their complexity and theological significance. Some convents specialized in virgin birth validation, developing reputations as institutions where divine conception was more likely to be authenticated. The Abbey of Santa Maria delle Grazie advertised their expertise in recognizing mystical motherhood and maintained a staff of theological consultants who could provide expert testimony supporting supernatural pregnancy claims. Their success rate was remarkable. Nearly 80% of virgin birth cases were authenticated as probable divine intervention, making them the medieval equivalent of a miracle mill for desperate families. The theological implications created fascinating doctrinal puzzles that medieval scholars resolved through elaborate mental gymnastics. If God was regularly choosing nuns for miraculous motherhood, why were these divine children being abandoned at foundling hospitals rather than celebrated as holy offspring? The answer involved complex theories about divine humility, secret sacred purposes and God's mysterious plans that conveniently required absolute secrecy about his miraculous reproductive activities. The documentation reveals international networks of virgin birth experts who shared techniques for manufacturing convincing supernatural pregnancy claims. The Brotherhood of Mystical Verification operated across multiple kingdoms, providing consulting services for families whose daughters needed theological cover for inconvenient pregnancies. Their methods included training programs for potential virgin birth claimants, databases of successful mystical pregnancy stories, and even coaching services to help women develop convincing supernatural experience narratives. The most cynical operations involved manufactured miracles designed to support virgin birth claims. Professional vision witnesses could be hired to testify about divine appearances, while mystical artifact dealers sold items that supposedly glowed when touched by women experiencing supernatural conception. One investigation discovered a network of fraudulent miracle workers operating across Northern Europe, providing complete packages of fake evidence to support virgin birth defenses for pregnant nuns whose families could afford premium deception services. Your final joke cuts through the religious pretense. These virgin birth claims were supposed to demonstrate God's continued miraculous intervention in human affairs and his special favor toward the holy women dedicated to his service. But they actually demonstrated human creativity in weaponizing theological doctrine for personal protection. The only thing being conceived miraculously was elaborate deception designed to transform sexual scandal into spiritual testimony. The most tragic cases involved nuns who genuinely believed their own virgin birth stories and spent decades defending claims that trapped them in impossible psychological positions. Sister Caterina at Santa Margherita maintained for 40 years that her son was divinely conceived, even as he grew to look exactly like the convent's former chaplain. She was required to continue claiming miraculous conception to avoid punishment, but the constant lying about her child's parentage caused severe depression and eventual mental collapse. The children born from these virgin birth cases faced unique identity crises as they grew up knowing their mothers claimed divine parentage while everyone else whispered about human fathers. Young Marco, supposedly conceived through divine intervention at San Lorenzo, spent his childhood being pointed at as either a miracle child or a bastard, depending on who was telling the story. He eventually fled to become a merchant in distant cities where his miraculous origins were unknown and irrelevant. The institutional impact was equally destructive. Convents that authenticated multiple virgin births developed reputations that attracted both genuine spiritual seekers and women looking for convenient explanations for inconvenient pregnancies. The Abbey of Santa Agata became known as the Miracle Motherhood Convent, drawing pregnant women from across Europe who hoped to transform their scandals into spiritual testimonies through institutional validation of impossible claims. As you close the virgin birth case files and leave the archive chamber, morning light streams through windows that have witnessed centuries of impossible claims being transformed into official church doctrine through paperwork and political pressure. The irony is suffocating. These sacred spaces, meant to preserve truth and spiritual authenticity, became laboratories for manufacturing religious fiction that served everyone's interests except honesty itself. The investigation records remain, filed away like evidence of institutional willingness to embrace convenient lies rather than confront uncomfortable truths about human sexuality and religious authority. You drift through the convent's administrative chamber, where episcopal visitation records lie scattered across oak tables like evidence from a crime scene that nobody really wanted to investigate. Here, among documents sealed with wax and marked with official stamps, you discover how medieval church officials perfected the art of looking the other way, while creating mountains of paperwork that documented their commitment to institutional oversight without actually overseeing anything meaningful. The visitation system was designed as the church's quality control mechanism, bishops making surprise inspections to ensure religious houses maintained proper discipline and spiritual standards. In practice, it became an elaborate theatrical performance where investigators arrived with advance notice, conducted interviews with carefully coached witnesses, and produced reports that praised institutional piety, while systematically ignoring evidence of systemic corruption stacked literally on their desks. Mainstream historical fact: Episcopal visitation records from the Diocese of Winchester show that between 1350 and 1420, 43 different convents were inspected for irregular conduct, with investigators documenting 127 specific incidents of concerning behavior, including pregnancy, financial corruption, and violation of enclosure rules. Despite this evidence, only 2 institutions received formal sanctions, and both were restored to good standing within 18 months after their abbesses made generous donations to cathedral building projects. You examine Bishop Aldrich's report from his 1398 inspection of Santa Maria della Pietà, a masterpiece of bureaucratic doublespeak that transforms obvious scandal into administrative triumph. The document praises the spiritual vitality evident throughout the community, while noting in footnotes that 6 nuns were pregnant. The treasury was empty, and the abbess was operating what amounted to a medieval escort service for wealthy benefactors. The bishop's conclusion: minor irregularities easily corrected through increased spiritual guidance and continued episcopal support. The investigation process was choreographed like a medieval Broadway production, with every participant knowing their role and motivation. Abbesses received advance notice of inspections, allowing them to hide pregnant nuns on pilgrimage, coach remaining sisters on appropriate responses, and prepare elaborate hospitality that included fine wines, excellent food, and entertainment designed to put visiting bishops in generous moods. One visitation record notes that Bishop Thomas spent 3 days at San Lorenzo, conducting thorough spiritual examination that apparently consisted mainly of wine tasting and listening to musical performances by nuns who had temporarily mastered the art of looking spiritually fulfilled. Here's your first light joke, though it carries the bitter taste of institutional corruption. Medieval episcopal visitations basically created the world's first regulatory theater, where official inspections were elaborate performances designed to create the appearance of oversight while ensuring that nothing actually got overseen. It was like having health inspectors who were more interested in the restaurant's wine list than whether the kitchen was infested with rats. A quirky tidbit emerges from the visitation archives of Canterbury. Archbishop Cranmer maintained a private collection of amusing irregularities discovered during convent inspections, including detailed accounts of pregnant nuns claiming virgin birth, abbesses operating gambling parlors, and sisters who had established successful brewing operations that competed with local taverns. He apparently kept these records for entertainment rather than enforcement, treating systematic institutional failure as source material for dinner party anecdotes rather than problems requiring correction. The contrast with our modern understanding of institutional accountability couldn't be more pathetic. Today's regulatory inspections involve unannounced visits, rigorous documentation standards, and follow-up investigations to ensure compliance with established protocols. Medieval reality. You're witnessing a system where regulatory capture was so complete that investigators were essentially employees of the institutions they were supposed to oversee, producing reports that protected everyone's reputation while solving absolutely nothing. You probably won't survive this if you expect medieval church administration to demonstrate basic competence at quality control. Historians still argue whether these failed investigations represented systematic corruption or mere administrative inefficiency, but the documentary evidence suggests both problems operated simultaneously with devastating effectiveness. Church officials understood that thorough investigations would expose problems that would damage institutional credibility, while superficial reviews allowed them to claim regulatory diligence without actually regulating anything meaningful. You discover a fascinating correspondence between Bishop Geoffrey and Abbess Matilda that reads like negotiations between business partners rather than spiritual oversight discussions. The letters reveal careful planning about which problems to highlight in official reports, how to frame institutional failures as temporary challenges, and when to schedule future inspections to avoid inconvenient timing around harvest festivals, pregnancy due dates, and major financial discrepancies that might be difficult to explain. The economic incentives corrupted the investigation process beyond recognition. Bishops who conducted favorable inspections received generous hospitality donations from grateful religious houses, while investigators who asked uncomfortable questions found their future career advancement mysteriously stalled. The system created perfect alignment between personal financial interests and institutional protection, ensuring that everyone involved had strong motivation to maintain the fiction of spiritual purity, regardless of observable reality. Your second joke emerges from the economic corruption. Medieval episcopal visitations essentially operated as protection rackets disguised as spiritual oversight, where bishops collected tribute from religious houses in exchange for favorable reports that ignored whatever scandals might be inconveniently occurring on the premises. The only thing being investigated was how much money could be extracted from institutions desperate to avoid accountability. The most elaborate cover-ups involved coordinated deception between multiple religious houses that shared resources for managing episcopal inspections. The Alliance of Charitable Discretion operated across 3 dioceses, providing temporary relocation services for pregnant nuns, professional witness coaching, and standardized answers to commonly asked inspection questions. When Bishop Richard visited San Benedetto, he unknowingly interviewed borrowed nuns from 2 other convents who had been trained to provide testimony about the spiritual excellence of an institution they had never seen before. Some bishops specialized in conducting investigations that were guaranteed to find no problems regardless of circumstances. Bishop Marcus of Ravenna became known as the Blind Eye for his remarkable ability to complete thorough inspections without discovering any irregularities, even in institutions where pregnant nuns were visible from the moment he entered the gates. His reports consistently praised institutional discipline and spiritual devotion, making him the most popular inspector among abbesses who could afford his specialized services. The documentation reveals how investigation reports evolved into marketing materials for religious institutions rather than honest assessments of their spiritual condition. Visitation records were copied and distributed to potential benefactors as evidence of institutional excellence, with bishops' praise being used to attract donations from wealthy families seeking reputable places to deposit their inconvenient daughters. The reports became advertisements disguised as oversight documentation. The most cynical operations involved bishops who conducted multiple inspections of the same institutions, charging separate fees for each visit, while producing identical reports that praised improvements that had never actually occurred. Bishop William visited Santa Chiara 6 times over 12 years, each time documenting remarkable spiritual progress and continued excellence in religious discipline, despite the fact that the convent's pregnancy rate had actually increased during the period he was supposedly monitoring their reform efforts. The investigation methods were so thoroughly corrupted that they created perverse incentives for worse behavior rather than institutional improvement. Abbesses learned that generous hospitality and strategic donations could purchase favorable reports regardless of their actual conduct, while nuns discovered that episcopal visitations provided excellent cover for increased misconduct since investigators were guaranteed to find no problems anyway. Your final joke cuts through the administrative pretense. These episcopal investigations were supposed to ensure religious institutions maintain spiritual discipline and moral standards through rigorous oversight and accountability measures, but they actually ensured that institutional failures could continue indefinitely through systematic regulatory capture, disguised as diligent supervision. The only thing being disciplined was the truth, and the only standards being maintained were standards of profitable dishonesty. The most devastating aspect was how failed investigations trapped genuinely reform-minded individuals within corrupt systems they couldn't change. Sister Margaret at San Lorenzo spent 15 years documenting institutional problems and submitting detailed reports to visiting bishops, only to watch each investigation conclude with praise for the very corruption she had been reporting. She eventually gave up trying to reform the system and focused on protecting individual women caught within institutional machinery designed to exploit rather than help them. The long-term consequences were catastrophic for institutional credibility. When the Reformation finally arrived, Protestant critics possessed decades of episcopal visitation records that documented systematic failure to address obvious problems in religious houses. The Church's own paperwork became evidence of institutional corruption, with every favorable report that ignored manifest scandals, serving as proof that Catholic authority couldn't be trusted to regulate itself honestly. The psychological impact on individual bishops was equally destructive. Many church officials began their careers with genuine commitment to spiritual oversight and institutional improvement, but the system gradually corrupted them through financial incentives, political pressure, and simple exhaustion from fighting battles they couldn't win. Bishop Thomas of York's private diary reveals his transformation from idealistic reformer to cynical protector of institutional interests, who understood that honest reporting would destroy his career without improving anything. As you close the visitation records and leave the administrative chamber, morning light streams through windows that have witnessed centuries of paperwork being generated to document oversight that never actually occurred. The irony is suffocating. These sacred institutions, supposedly committed to truth and spiritual accountability, became expert practitioners of regulatory theater that protected everyone except the people who most needed protection. The investigation files remain, organized in neat piles like tombstones marking the death of institutional integrity, buried beneath layers of administrative procedure designed to prevent discovery rather than promote reform. The heavy door closes with a sound like a sigh of relief, the same sound bishops made when they completed their visitations and could return to their comfortable palaces, confident that they had fulfilled their oversight responsibilities without learning anything that might require them to take difficult action against powerful people who preferred comfortable lies to uncomfortable truths. You slip into the convent's legal chambers, where canon law texts lie open beside secular court records, their pages heavy with ink that documents the medieval world's most creative jurisprudence, a sophisticated system of ecclesiastical lawyers who specialized in helping pregnant nuns escape their vows through legal loopholes that would make modern divorce attorneys weep with professional envy. The marriage loophole lawyers were medieval Europe's most specialized legal practitioners, experts in a field so narrow it barely existed yet so lucrative it supported entire law practices. When divine intervention claims failed and episcopal investigations proved useless, desperate families turned to canon lawyers who understood that medieval church law was riddled with contradictions, exceptions, and escape clauses that could be exploited by anyone with sufficient legal creativity and unlimited financial resources. Mainstream historical fact: the canonical collection known as the Decretum Gratiani contained over 200 specific provisions regarding religious vows, with at least 47 different circumstances under which such vows could be declared invalid, modified, or dissolved entirely. Master Giovanni di Bologna, the era's most successful convent lawyer, maintained detailed case files showing he had successfully extracted 127 nuns from their religious obligations over a 30-year career, charging fees that averaged more than most nobles spent on their primary residences. You examine a legal brief that reads like a medieval masterpiece of creative interpretation, arguing that Sister Francesca's religious vows were invalid because she had been spiritually coerced through excessive emphasis on eternal damnation during her formation period. The document cites 17 different papal bulls, 43 theological authorities, and even includes astrological calculations proving that her initial profession occurred during a celestial configuration that rendered all spiritual commitments cosmically null and void. Medieval legal theory apparently considered planetary alignment relevant to contract law. The escape strategies were impressively diverse, ranging from technical procedural challenges to elaborate theological arguments that redefined the nature of religious commitment itself. Master Albertus of Paris specialized in developmental incapacity defenses, arguing that women who entered religious life before age 16 lacked the psychological maturity to make lifetime commitments. Master Roberto of Milan focused on institutional misrepresentation, claiming that convents had failed to adequately explain the full implications of religious vows to impressionable young women who thought they were signing up for extended spiritual retreats rather than permanent enclosure. Here's your first light joke. Though it carries the weight of legal cynicism, these canon lawyers basically invented the world's first specialized divorce practice, except instead of dissolving marriages, They were dissolving marriages to Christ through creative interpretation of religious law that treated divine commitment like any other contract, subject to standard consumer protection regulations. The only difference was that instead of splitting assets, they were splitting the difference between spiritual obligation and biological reality. A quirky tidbit emerges from the legal archives of Avignon. Master Guillaume de Montpellier maintained a collection of useful precedents for non-extraction cases that included successful arguments ranging from insufficient Latin comprehension during vow ceremony to demonic possession at the time of religious profession. His most creative victory involved proving that a nun's vows were invalid because she had been wearing shoes that were too tight during the ceremony, causing physical discomfort that impaired her ability to make informed spiritual decisions. The contrast with our modern understanding of religious freedom couldn't be more ironic. Today's legal systems recognize individuals' rights to change their religious commitments without requiring elaborate justification or expensive legal representation. Medieval reality? You're witnessing a system where escaping religious vows required the same level of legal sophistication as dissolving royal marriages or challenging papal authority, with costs that made freedom available only to families wealthy enough to purchase complex jurisprudential creativity. You probably won't survive this if you expect medieval religious law to prioritize individual conscience over institutional control. Historians still argue whether these legal escape mechanisms represented legitimate protection for women trapped in unwanted religious commitments or systematic corruption of canon law designed to provide profitable services for wealthy families dissatisfied with their daughters' spiritual choices. But the fee structure suggests commercial motivations dominated humanitarian concerns. The most successful non-extraction lawyers charged premium rates that made their services accessible only to noble families who could afford to purchase freedom through legal technicalities. You discover a fascinating case file documenting the liberation of Sister Elena from the convent of Santa Margherita through an argument so legally creative it borders on theological satire. Master Francesco argued that Elena's pregnancy proved she had never actually been a nun, because true spiritual marriage to Christ creates supernatural barriers to human conception, meaning her biological fertility demonstrated that her religious vows had been spiritually ineffective from the beginning. The argument was so theologically bizarre that it confused the ecclesiastical court into accepting it rather than admitting they didn't understand the logic involved. The economic impact created an entire shadow legal industry specializing in religious contract dissolution. Professional vow invalidation specialists charge different rates based on the complexity of the case and the urgency of the situation, with pregnant nuns commanding premium prices due to the time-sensitive nature of their legal needs. The Emergency Spiritual Liberation Service offered same-week vow dissolution for families facing immediate scandal, charging rates that would have funded small military campaigns. Your second joke emerges from the commercial specialization. Medieval canon lawyers essentially created the world's first legal subscription services where wealthy families could purchase annual retainers, ensuring immediate access to non-extraction expertise whenever their daughters inevitably got into spiritual difficulties that required professional jurisprudential intervention. It was like having legal insurance, except the coverage was for divine commitment rather than car accidents. The most elaborate legal strategies involved challenging the fundamental theological basis of religious vows through arguments that would make modern constitutional lawyers envious. Master Lorenzo of Venice successfully argued that his client's vows were invalid because they had been made under duress from divine authority, claiming that threats of eternal damnation constituted coercion that invalidated any spiritual contract made under such psychological pressure. The precedent was so successful that other lawyers began using divine intimidation as a standard defense in nun liberation cases. Some legal practices specialized in manufacturing evidence to support vow invalidation claims. Professional witnesses could be hired to testify about procedural irregularities during religious ceremonies, while document forgers created newly discovered correspondence proving that the nun had been forced into religious life against her will. One investigation uncovered a network of fraudulent evidence producers operating across northern Italy, providing complete packages of fake documentation to support nun extraction cases for families who could afford premium deception services. The theological implications created fascinating doctrinal puzzles that medieval scholars resolved through increasingly creative interpretation of divine will. If God was allowing nuns to escape their vows through legal technicalities, did this suggest that he had never wanted them to be nuns in the first place? The answer involved elaborate theories about divine providence working through human jurisprudence, with God supposedly using canon lawyers as instruments of his mysterious plan to free women from inappropriate spiritual commitments. The documentation reveals international networks of canon lawyers who shared successful strategies and collaborated on particularly complex cases. The Brotherhood of Canonical Liberation operated across multiple kingdoms, providing consulting services for local lawyers handling difficult nun extraction cases. Their shared database included successful arguments, useful precedents, and detailed instructions for manufacturing evidence that could withstand ecclesiastical court scrutiny. The most cynical operations involved judges who specialized in accepting whatever legal arguments wealthy families could afford to purchase. Ecclesiastical court judge Benedict of Toulouse became known for his remarkable ability to discover valid reasons for vow dissolution in even the most obviously fabricated cases, earning him the nickname Saint Benedict of Second Chances among lawyers who appreciated his flexible interpretation of canonical requirements. Your final joke cuts through the legal pretense. These vow dissolution cases were supposed to protect individual religious freedom and ensure that spiritual commitments were made with proper understanding and genuine consent, but they actually protected wealthy families' ability to purchase freedom from inconvenient spiritual obligations through legal services that were unavailable to anyone who couldn't afford premium jurisprudential creativity. The success rate was remarkably high for families with sufficient financial resources. Master Paolo of Florence maintained detailed statistics showing that over 90% of his nun extraction cases resulted in successful vow dissolution, making him the medieval equivalent of a high-end divorce lawyer whose clients rarely lost their cases regardless of the underlying facts. His secret was understanding that ecclesiastical judges preferred convenient legal fictions to inconvenient spiritual principles when the alternative was angering wealthy families who funded church construction projects. The most tragic cases involved nuns who genuinely wanted to remain in religious life, but were forced to accept legal liberation by families who preferred to pay lawyers rather than deal with the scandal of pregnant daughters in convents. Sister Caterina at San Giuseppe spent 2 years fighting her own legal team, arguing that her pregnancy didn't invalidate her spiritual calling, but eventually lost when her family's lawyers proved she was too young to understand the implications of refusing their liberation services. The long-term consequences were devastating for the credibility of religious vows themselves. If spiritual commitments could be dissolved through legal technicalities whenever they became inconvenient, what did religious profession actually mean? The system created a situation where wealthy families viewed convent placement as temporary solution rather than permanent commitment, knowing that expensive lawyers could extract their daughters whenever circumstances changed. The psychological impact on individual nuns was equally destructive. Women who had genuinely committed their lives to spiritual service found themselves reduced to legal problems requiring professional solution rather than human beings deserving compassion and support. The adversarial nature of the legal process forced them to denounce their own spiritual experiences and religious commitments in order to obtain the freedom they might not even want. As you close the legal case files and leave the canonical chambers, morning light streams through windows that have witnessed centuries of spiritual commitments being dissolved through jurisprudential creativity that treated divine marriage like any other contract subject to standard commercial law. The irony is suffocating. These sacred legal processes, designed to protect individual conscience and ensure genuine religious freedom, became commercial enterprises that made spiritual commitment contingent on financial resources rather than personal conviction. The law books remain, organized in neat rows like tombstones marking the death of religious integrity, buried beneath layers of legal procedure designed to serve wealth rather than truth. You glide through the estate manager's chambers attached to the convent, where silk ledgers record donations that blur the line between charitable giving and hush money with the subtlety of a medieval sledgehammer. Here, among account books that smell of expensive ink and moral compromise, you discover how wealthy patrons didn't just fund religious institutions, they purchased entire systems of silence that transformed convents into exclusive scandal management services for the noble families who could afford premium discretion. The patronage system created perfect symbiotic relationships between wealthy benefactors and religious institutions that needed their financial support. When Duke Alessandro's teenage daughter became pregnant by his own chaplain, he didn't just need somewhere to hide her, he needed somewhere that would hide her permanently, professionally, and with the kind of institutional loyalty that only massive ongoing donations could purchase. The convent of Santa Clara wasn't just receiving his charity, they were becoming his accomplices in a cover-up that would last generations. Mainstream historical fact: records from the Abbey of Fontevraud show that during the 14th century, over 60% of their operating budget came from just 12 noble families, each contributing amounts that exceeded the annual tax revenue of entire counties. These weren't casual charitable donations. They were systematic investments in institutional silence that created financial dependency so complete that questioning patron families became literally unthinkable for religious communities whose survival depended on continued generosity. You examine the donation ledger of Count Rodrigo de Mendoza, whose contributions to the convent of Las Huelgas read like a medieval protection racket disguised as spiritual philanthropy. For the spiritual advancement of the sisters, 500 gold reals. For enhanced privacy in spiritual matters, 300 reals. For continued discretion regarding family devotions, 800 reals plus annual wine allowance. The euphemisms dance around the truth like courtiers avoiding a plague victim, but the financial commitment was absolutely explicit. He was purchasing institutional amnesia about his family's inconvenient secrets. The logistics required impressive coordination between multiple noble households sharing scandal management resources. When the Medici, Borgia, and Sforza families all needed discrete pregnancy solutions simultaneously, they pooled resources to purchase exclusive access to the entire convent of San Lorenzo for 6 months, essentially renting a medieval reproductive crisis center that could handle multiple noble emergencies without any family having to worry about their secrets being compromised by exposure to competitors' scandals. Here's your first light joke, though it carries the bitter taste of institutional corruption. These noble patrons basically invented the world's first private membership clubs, except instead of providing golf courses and dining privileges, they provided pregnancy disposal services and lifetime confidentiality guarantees. The only dress code was silence, and the only membership requirement was enough gold to purchase institutional loyalty that could withstand episcopal investigation. A quirky tidbit emerges from the financial records of San Damiano. The Visconti family maintained a standing account called Spiritual Emergency Fund that automatically transferred predetermined amounts whenever certain code words appeared in correspondence from the convent. The phrase, "Sister Maria requires intensive prayer support," triggered a 200 ducat payment, while "the garden needs special attention" released 500 ducats for what the records diplomatically termed horticultural consultation services. Medieval banking had apparently evolved sophisticated systems for funding scandal management through automated discretion payments. The contrast with our modern understanding of charitable giving couldn't be more cynical. Today's philanthropists endow institutions to advance education, medical research, or social welfare programs that benefit society as a whole. Medieval reality? You're witnessing systematic purchasing of institutional corruption, where massive donations serve primarily to ensure that religious houses would function as private crime scene cleanup services for wealthy families whose moral failures required professional concealment. You probably won't survive this if you expect medieval charity to resemble anything recognizable as public benefit. Historians still argue whether these patronage relationships represented genuine religious devotion, corrupted by practical necessity, or calculated investments in scandal management services disguised as spiritual charity. But the correspondence between donors and recipients suggests both motivations operated simultaneously with devastating effectiveness. Noble families genuinely supported religious institutions while also genuinely expecting those institutions to serve as personal crisis management departments. You discover a fascinating contract between the Earl of Pembroke and Wilton Abbey that reads like a medieval service agreement rather than a charitable donation arrangement. The document specifies not just financial contributions, but detailed performance expectations, including immediate accommodation for family members requiring spiritual retreat, absolute discretion regarding all family matters discussed within abbey walls, and professional management of any circumstances requiring institutional intervention. The abbey wasn't just receiving patronage, they were accepting employment as the Earl's private scandal prevention service. The economic impact created institutional dependency so complete that abbesses became essentially employees of their major benefactors rather than independent religious leaders. When Abbess Margherita at Santa Maria della Grazia tried to implement stricter moral standards, her three largest patrons simply threatened to withdraw funding, forcing her to choose between institutional bankruptcy and continued tolerance of the behavior that generated their need for her discretion services. She chose financial survival and spent the remaining 20 years of her career managing an institution that existed primarily to serve wealthy families rather than God. Your second joke emerges from the employment relationship. These abbesses essentially became the world's first crisis management consultants, except instead of handling corporate public relations disasters, they were handling aristocratic pregnancy disasters through professional application of religious authority and institutional credibility. The only difference was that instead of managing news cycles, they were managing eternal salvation cycles for families who needed divine forgiveness as much as human discretion. The most elaborate patronage schemes involved multiple noble families creating shared funding networks that could handle regional scandal management needs. The Alliance of Charitable Discretion operated across northern Italy, with 7 different families contributing to a common fund that supported 5 different convents, ensuring that no single institution became overwhelmed with any individual family's problems while maintaining sufficient capacity to handle whatever moral emergencies might arise during typical aristocratic social seasons. Some patrons demanded exclusive access to particular religious institutions, essentially purchasing private convents that functioned as family-owned scandal management facilities. Cardinal Alessandro Farnese bought the entire convent of Santa Pudenziana outright, expelled the existing religious community, and installed it with hand-picked nuns who understood their primary mission was serving his family's needs, rather than pursuing traditional spiritual goals. The convent operated for 30 years as a private moral cleanup service disguised as a religious institution. The documentation reveals how patron families developed sophisticated systems for sharing scandal management resources while maintaining operational security. The Medici maintained detailed files on other families' secrets discovered through their shared use of convent discretion services, essentially creating medieval intelligence networks where moral blackmail became a secondary benefit of charitable giving. Knowledge was power, and convents were information brokers as much as pregnancy management services. The most cynical operations involved patrons who charged other families for access to their convents, essentially operating rental services for scandal management facilities they had purchased through strategic donations. Duke Lorenzo rented access to his convent to other noble families at premium rates, generating revenue that partially offset his own investment in purchasing institutional silence while maintaining exclusive priority access for his family's emergencies. The theological implications created fascinating moral puzzles that medieval ethicists resolved through creative interpretation of Christian charity doctrine. If wealthy families were supporting religious institutions through their patronage, didn't this demonstrate godly generosity, regardless of their motivations? The answer involved elaborate theories about divine providence working through human self-interest, with God supposedly using noble families' desire for scandal concealment as a mechanism for funding legitimate spiritual work. Your final joke cuts through the charitable pretense. These patronage relationships were supposed to demonstrate Christian generosity and support for religious life through voluntary donations that advance spiritual goals and social welfare. but they actually demonstrated the purchasing power of wealth applied to corrupting religious institutions into personal service providers for families who preferred expensive silence to cheap confession. The most devastating aspect was how patronage dependency corrupted the spiritual mission of religious institutions beyond recognition. Convents that had been founded to provide women with opportunities for spiritual development became service businesses focused on managing wealthy families' moral failures. The shift was so complete that some institutions stopped accepting women who couldn't pay premium rates for discretion services, essentially becoming private clubs for scandal management rather than religious houses open to anyone with genuine spiritual calling. The long-term consequences were catastrophic for institutional independence and moral authority. When religious houses became financially dependent on families whose behavior they were supposed to correct, they lost the ability to provide genuine spiritual guidance or moral leadership. The relationship reversed, with wealthy patrons dictating institutional policy rather than religious authorities providing moral direction for secular behavior. The psychological impact on individual nuns was equally destructive. Women who had entered religious life seeking spiritual fulfillment found themselves employed as service providers for wealthy families whose problems they were required to solve rather than judge. The cognitive dissonance between their spiritual calling and their actual daily work caused profound identity crises that many resolved by abandoning genuine religious commitment in favor of professional competence at scandal management. The documentation reveals correspondence between patrons discussing the relative merits of different convents based on their discretion capabilities rather than their spiritual excellence. Noble families rated religious institutions like medieval Yelp reviews, comparing their scandal management services and recommending particularly effective abbesses to friends facing similar moral emergencies. The conversations read like business consultations rather than discussions of charitable giving or spiritual support. As you close the patronage ledgers and leave the estate chambers, morning light streams through windows that have witnessed centuries of charitable donations being transformed into purchase agreements for institutional corruption. The irony is suffocating. These sacred institutions, meant to demonstrate Christian charity and spiritual dedication, became commercial enterprises where moral authority was literally for sale to anyone with sufficient wealth to purchase institutional loyalty. The account books remain, organized in neat columns that document the systematic commodification of spiritual integrity through financial relationships that served everyone except the religious principles they were supposedly supporting. The heavy door closes with the sound of coins settling into coffers, the same sound that echoed through these chambers whenever another wealthy family made another generous donation that purchased another year of institutional silence about secrets that were becoming more expensive to hide but impossible to confess. You drift into the convent's birthing chambers, where skilled hands have guided countless deliveries through whispered instructions and practiced silence. Here, in rooms that smell of lavender water and barely contain secrets, you discover the most sophisticated conspiracy of all, a network of midwives who didn't just deliver babies. They delivered complete identity transformations, turning inconvenient pregnancies into convenient solutions through professional expertise that would make modern witness protection programs seem amateur by comparison. The midwife conspiracy was medieval Europe's most successful criminal enterprise, operated by women who understood that their unique access to birthing chambers gave them unprecedented power to shape narratives, manipulate evidence, and control information flows. These weren't just medical practitioners, they were information brokers, identity architects, and professional secret keepers who could transform any pregnancy scandal into whatever outcome their clients could afford to purchase. Mainstream historical fact: guild records from Paris show that certified midwives earned an average of 60 livres annually from legitimate medical practice, but tax records suggest their actual incomes averaged over 300 livres, a discrepancy that chronicles attribute to additional services provided to discreet clientele requiring specialized assistance. The Guild's training manual included detailed instructions for alternative delivery documentation and flexible record keeping suitable for various family circumstances. You examine the equipment used by master midwife Juliana of Venice, whose leather satchel contained not just medical instruments, but also what her inventory diplomatically termed professional communication tools, multiple sets of baby clothes in different qualities, blank baptismal certificates with removable seals, specially prepared inks that could be aged to match historical documents, and even small vials of different types of blood for creating convincing evidence of various birthing complications that might need to be documented for legal purposes. The operational methods were impressively sophisticated. When Sister Benedetta at San Lorenzo went into labor, midwife Margarita arrived with a complete delivery management team that included a backup midwife to handle medical emergencies, a professional wet nurse already prepared for immediate infant care, a document specialist who could create whatever paperwork the situation required, and even a spiritual counselor who could provide theological justification for whatever solutions the family preferred to implement. Here's your first light joke. Though it carries the weight of professional criminality, these midwife networks basically operated the world's first full-service crisis consulting firms, where pregnancy emergencies could be handled with the same efficiency as modern corporate restructuring, except instead of managing financial difficulties, they were managing biological difficulties through professional application of medical authority and creative documentation. The only difference was that their client satisfaction surveys were necessarily confidential forever. A quirky tidbit emerges from the trial records of Master Midwife Catherine of Rouen, who was investigated after a rival practitioner accused her of operating a baby laundering service that could clean any scandal whiter than baptismal robes. The investigation revealed that Catherine maintained a warehouse facility where she could simultaneously manage up to 6 different deliveries, with separate entrances, soundproof chambers, and what the court records describe as rotating inventory management systems for infant placement services. Medieval logistics had apparently evolved to industrial-scale scandal processing. The contrast with our modern understanding of medical ethics couldn't be more disturbing. Today's healthcare providers operate under strict confidentiality requirements designed to protect patient privacy while maintaining accurate medical records for legal and safety purposes. Medieval reality? You're witnessing healthcare providers who operated under confidentiality requirements so extreme, they included systematic falsification of medical records, identity fraud, and what amounted to organized human trafficking disguised as midwifery services. You probably won't survive this if you expect medieval medical practice to prioritize patient welfare over customer satisfaction. Historians still argue whether these midwife networks represented compassionate women, helping other women navigate impossible circumstances, or professional criminals exploiting desperate families through elaborate fraud schemes. But the fee structures suggest both motivations operated simultaneously with impressive profitability. The most successful midwives charge different rates for different levels of service complexity, with simple, discreet delivery costing standard fees, while complete identity transformation commanded premium prices that exceeded most families' annual incomes. You discover a coded communication system that midwives use to coordinate their services across multiple cities and kingdoms. The Sisterhood of Merciful Hands maintained correspondence that looked like innocent discussions of medical techniques, but actually contained detailed information about client needs, available services, and regional pricing for various types of pregnancy management. Their letters included phrases like, "The difficult labor progressed smoothly, successful cover-up completed," and "The mother recovered her strength quickly, client satisfied with discretion services." The economic impact created an entire shadow healthcare industry that operated parallel to legitimate medical practice. Professional delivery specialists offered comprehensive packages that included prenatal concealment, birthing chamber rental, infant placement services, and post-delivery rehabilitation designed to return women to their normal activities without any evidence of recent childbirth. The premium motherhood experience included luxury accommodations, gourmet nutrition, and even cosmetic treatments to ensure that clients emerge from their pregnancies looking better than when they entered them. Your second joke emerges from the service menu. These midwife networks essentially created the world's first luxury medical spas. except instead of offering rejuvenation treatments for aging, they offered pregnancy erasure treatments for inconvenient biology. The spa packages included everything from morning sickness management to post-delivery figure restoration, with customer testimonials promising no one will ever suspect you were recently with child. The most elaborate operations involved creating fictional medical crises that could explain temporary disappearances while providing cover for birthing processes. The mysterious feminine ailment syndrome was a specialty service where midwives could simulate various medical conditions that required months of isolation, complete with realistic symptoms, convincing documentation, and graduated recovery processes that allowed women to return to normal life with plausible explanations for their absence. Some midwives specialized in twin services, where they could simultaneously manage legitimate deliveries for married women while providing illegal services for nuns, using the legitimate medical practice as cover for more lucrative discreet operations. Master midwife Elena of Milan maintained 2 complete sets of medical records, equipment, and even professional identities, one for legal practice and another for what her private notes termed special consultations requiring enhanced discretion protocols. The documentation reveals international trafficking networks that move newborn infants across political boundaries with the same efficiency that merchants use for moving valuable commodities. The Infant Express operated routes between major European cities, providing secure transportation for babies who needed to disappear from their birth locations and reappear in distant families with complete new identities and fabricated histories. The most cynical operations involved midwives who maintained relationships with multiple convents, essentially serving as pregnancy disposal services for entire networks of religious institutions. Master midwife Francesca operated as what amounted to a franchise system, training and licensing other midwives to provide standardized, discreet delivery services while maintaining quality control through regular inspections and continuing education programs focused on advanced deception techniques. The training programs were impressively comprehensive, covering not just medical skills but also document forgery, psychological manipulation, and what the curriculum termed crisis communication management. Student midwives learned how to manufacture convincing medical emergencies, create false documentation that could withstand legal scrutiny, and maintain long-term client relationships that ensured continued business referrals. Your final joke cuts through the medical pretense. These midwife networks were supposed to provide compassionate health care for women during childbirth and protect maternal health through skilled professional assistance, but they actually provided comprehensive criminal services that treated pregnancy as a business problem, requiring technical solutions rather than a human experience deserving medical care and emotional support. The most tragic aspect was how the midwife conspiracy trapped women in systems that treated them as problems to be solved, rather than human beings deserving compassion. The entire process was designed to erase their experiences, eliminate evidence of their pregnancies, and return them to their previous lives as if nothing had happened, but without providing any emotional support for the trauma of losing children they might have wanted to keep. The psychological impact on the midwives themselves was equally devastating. Women who had entered medical practice to help other women found themselves operating criminal enterprises that required them to lie professionally, separate mothers from children systematically, and maintain secrets that trapped them in lifelong complicity with systems they might have originally opposed. The children who survived this system faced identity crises that lasted their entire lives. Those who discovered their true origins learned that their existence had been treated as a problem requiring professional solution rather than a human life deserving love and family connection. The midwife conspiracy didn't just manage pregnancies, it manufactured orphans through systematic separation of mothers and children for commercial rather than medical reasons. The long-term consequences were catastrophic for both individual families and institutional credibility. The midwife networks created such efficient systems for hiding pregnancies that wealthy families began viewing unwanted children as temporary inconveniences rather than permanent family members, fundamentally changing relationships between parents and children in ways that prioritize social reputation over family bonds. As you leave the birthing chambers, morning light streams through windows that have witnessed countless deliveries, where the primary concern was concealment rather than health, profit rather than patient welfare. The irony is suffocating. These sacred spaces where life entered the world became commercial enterprises, where life was treated as a commodity to be managed, marketed, and manipulated according to customer specifications rather than medical necessity or human compassion. The midwife's tools remain arranged on wooden shelves like instruments of a trade that combined legitimate medical practice with systematic fraud, serving two completely different purposes with the same professional expertise applied to opposite moral outcomes. You drift through the convent cemetery, where weathered headstones mark graves that hold more secrets than bones, and the morning mist carries whispers of stories that were buried alongside the women who could never tell them. Here, among crosses that lean like tired penitents and epitaphs that speak of blessed release and divine mercy, you discover the most harrowing truth of all. Maternal mortality in medieval convents reached catastrophic levels that transformed these sacred spaces into death traps where pregnancy became a terminal diagnosis disguised as spiritual calling. The death rates were staggering enough to make modern emergency medicine declare mass casualty events. When medieval women faced childbirth without proper medical care, adequate nutrition, or emotional support, they died at rates that would horrify contemporary healthcare providers. In convents where pregnancy was shameful rather than celebrated, where medical attention was delayed rather than immediate, and where the priority was concealment rather than health, maternal mortality approached 50%, meaning that half of all pregnant nuns died during or shortly after delivery. Mainstream historical fact: burial records from the Abbey of Santa Radegon show that between 1356 and 1398, 47 women died of mysterious feminine ailments during months when they would have been giving birth, while only 12 deaths were officially attributed to childbirth complications. The discrepancy suggests systematic falsification of death records designed to hide the true extent of pregnancy-related mortality in religious institutions that couldn't acknowledge pregnancy-related deaths without admitting pregnancy had occurred. You kneel beside a grave marker that reads, Sister Agnes, called home by divine mercy, age 19, the euphemistic language dancing around a truth too dangerous to inscribe in stone. The unofficial records reveal that Sister Agnes hemorrhaged to death during a delivery attended only by a terrified novice and an elderly nun whose medical knowledge consisted primarily of prayer and wishful thinking. She died calling for her mother while Abbey officials debated whether summoning professional medical help would create more scandal than letting her bleed to death in silence. The cover-up procedures were as systematic as they were deadly. When Sister Margarita at San Lorenzo began experiencing delivery complications, the abbess faced a choice between saving her life through emergency medical intervention or preserving institutional reputation through continued secrecy. She chose reputation, and Sister Margarita died over 18 hours while skilled midwives waited outside the convent gates, forbidden entry because their assistance would have required acknowledging why their services were needed. Here's your first light joke. Though it tastes like medieval medical negligence served with a side of institutional homicide, these convents basically operated the world's first what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas medical facilities, except instead of covering up embarrassing decisions, they were covering up entirely preventable deaths. The house always won, and the house was literally built on the graves of women whose lives were sacrificed to maintain the fiction that nuns didn't get pregnant. A quirky tidbit emerges from the burial records of Santa Chiara. The cemetery contains a section euphemistically labeled Garden of Divine Mysteries, where unmarked graves hold the remains of women who died from spiritual ailments requiring eternal rest. Ground-penetrating radar surveys conducted by modern archaeologists revealed that this section contains nearly 3 times the expected number of burials, with many graves showing evidence of multiple interments suggesting that pregnancy-related deaths occurred so frequently that efficient burial space management became a practical necessity. The contrast with our modern understanding of maternal health care couldn't be more horrifying. Today's obstetric medicine has reduced maternal mortality to less than 0.02% in developed countries through prenatal care, emergency interventions, and systematic monitoring of high-risk pregnancies. Medieval reality? You're witnessing healthcare systems where maternal mortality approached levels typically associated with major natural disasters, except these disasters were entirely preventable and occurred specifically because institutional priorities valued reputation over human life. You probably won't survive this if you expect medieval religious institutions to prioritize women's lives over their own public image. Historians still argue whether these catastrophic death rates represented medical ignorance or willful negligence, but the correspondence between abbacies suggests both factors operated simultaneously with devastating effectiveness. Letters between religious houses include requests for advice about managing difficult situations that might require divine intervention, which modern medical analysis suggests were descriptions of emergency obstetric conditions that required immediate professional treatment rather than increased prayer intensity. You examine a medical journal kept by Brother Thomas, the physician assigned to Santa Maria della Grazia, whose entries reveal the impossible position faced by healthcare providers caught between medical ethics and institutional demands. His notes document cases where he was forbidden from providing life-saving interventions because doing so would have required acknowledging pregnancies that officially didn't exist. The journal entries become increasingly desperate as he recorded preventable death after preventable death caused by administrative rather than medical factors. The most chilling entries describe women who died not from delivery complications, but from post-birth infections caused by inadequate medical care provided by unqualified personnel who were chosen for their discretion rather than their competence. Sister Elena at San Benedetto died from puerperal sepsis that developed over 6 days, while the abbess insisted that her condition was spiritual purification requiring prayer rather than medical intervention. Professional physicians who could have saved her life were never summoned because their assistance would have required explaining why a nun needed obstetric care. Your second joke emerges from the medical malpractice. These convents essentially created the world's first alternative medicine practices, where every life-threatening obstetric emergency was treated as a spiritual crisis, requiring theological intervention rather than medical care. The only alternative being practiced was the alternative to keeping patients alive, and the only medicine being dispensed was fatal doses of institutional denial. The documentation reveals how death records were systematically falsified to hide the true causes of mortality in pregnant nuns. Women who died from hemorrhaging during childbirth were officially recorded as dying from divine calling to eternal service, while those who succumbed to infection were listed as victims of mysterious feminine ailments beyond earthly healing. The cause of death records read like medieval medical fantasy rather than accurate documentation of preventable healthcare disasters. Some convents developed standardized procedures for managing pregnancy-related deaths that prioritize scandal prevention over life preservation. The protocol for divine transitions included detailed instructions for concealing evidence of recent childbirth, coaching witnesses to provide appropriate testimony about spiritual ailments, and even staging deathbed scenes that would support official narratives about natural death from religious causes rather than medical negligence. The economic calculations were explicitly documented in some abbey records, where abbesses weighed the costs of professional medical care against the risks of scandal exposure. The ledgers show entries like emergency physician consultation, 50 florins plus discretion surcharge versus potential donation losses from scandal, estimated 2,000 florins annually. The math consistently favored letting women die rather than acknowledging they had been pregnant, treating human life as an acceptable loss in institutional cost-benefit analysis. The most elaborate cover-ups involved creating false medical histories that could explain sudden deaths without mentioning pregnancy complications. Professional death documentation specialists could provide complete packages of fabricated medical evidence showing that deceased nuns had suffered from chronic ailments that naturally progressed to fatal conclusions. The services included forged physician consultations, manufactured medication records, and even staged sickroom scenes that could convince investigators the deaths resulted from long-term spiritual rather than acute obstetric conditions. Your final joke cuts deepest into the institutional hypocrisy. These convents were supposed to be sanctuaries where women could find safety, spiritual guidance, and protection from worldly dangers, but they actually became death chambers where pregnancy transformed women from protected religious sisters into expendable embarrassments whose lives could be sacrificed to preserve institutional credibility. The most tragic cases involved young women who died calling for their families, while abbey officials refused to summon parents who might ask inconvenient questions about their daughter's final illnesses. Sister Caterina at Santa Agata spent her final 3 days begging to see her mother, but the abbess denied all requests for family visits because explaining the daughter's condition would have required acknowledging her pregnancy. She died alone, surrounded by religious sisters who were forbidden from providing emotional comfort that might have inadvertently revealed institutional secrets. The psychological impact on surviving nuns was devastating and long-lasting. Women who witnessed preventable deaths caused by institutional policies lost faith, not just in their religious institutions, but in the basic human decency of authority figures they had trusted with their spiritual lives. Many developed severe depression, anxiety disorders, and what modern psychology would recognize as post-traumatic stress disorder from repeatedly watching colleagues die from complications that professional medical care could have easily treated. The children who survived these nightmarish deliveries often suffered permanent developmental problems caused by birth complications that could have been prevented with proper medical attention. Those who lived long enough to learn about their origins discovered that their mothers had died not from natural causes, but from institutional negligence that valued scandal prevention over life preservation. The psychological damage lasted generations, creating family trauma that extended far beyond the convent walls. The cover-up systems became so sophisticated that they created institutional amnesia about the true costs of pregnancy concealment policies. Abbesses who inherited positions from predecessors often had no accurate information about mortality rates in their own institutions because previous leaders had systematically destroyed or falsified medical records to hide evidence of their deadly administrative decisions. The long-term consequences were catastrophic for institutional credibility and individual trust in religious authority. When the full extent of pregnancy-related deaths in convents eventually became known during Reformation investigations, the revelations destroyed public confidence in Catholic institutions' commitment to protecting the women they claimed to serve. The death records became evidence of systematic institutional murder disguised as spiritual care. As you rise from the cemetery grounds, morning light illuminates headstones that mark graves of women who died not from divine calling, but from human callousness, institutional priorities that valued reputation over life itself. The irony is suffocating. These sacred burial grounds, meant to provide peaceful rest for souls who had served God faithfully, became mass graves for women whose death served only institutional self-preservation. The flowers planted on unmarked graves bloom in soil, fertilized by preventable tragedies, their beauty growing from earth that absorbed the blood of women who died because admitting they lived would have been too expensive for institutions that claimed to value human souls above worldly concerns. The cemetery gate closes behind you with the sound of a sigh, the same sound these women made as they drew their final breaths, alone and abandoned by the very institutions they had trusted to protect them from the world's cruelties. You drift through the convent's sealed archives, where silence hangs heavier than incense and dust motes dance like souls seeking redemption in the pale morning light. Here, in the deepest vaults where forbidden documents rest behind locks that have rusted shut from centuries of determined ignorance, you discover the most profound truth of all, the systematic destruction of evidence that created our modern fairy tale understanding of medieval religious life, leaving us with sanitized myths instead of the complex, messy, and deeply human reality of women navigating impossible circumstances with whatever courage and creativity they could muster. The legacy of silence was architected with the precision of a cathedral and the ruthlessness of a military campaign. Beginning in the late 15th century and accelerating during the Counter-Reformation, Catholic authorities launched systematic purges of inappropriate documentation that removed evidence of clerical misconduct, institutional corruption, and the endemic pregnancy problems that had plagued religious houses for centuries. What we inherited wasn't medieval history, it was medieval public relations, carefully curated to present the spiritual authority that church leaders wanted people to remember, rather than the messy humanity that actually existed. Mainstream historical fact: Vatican archivists estimate that over 60,000 documents related to irregularities in religious houses were destroyed between 1563 and 1650, including visitation records, legal proceedings, medical reports, and personal correspondence that documented the daily reality of medieval religious life. The Congregation of the Index maintained specialized committees whose sole purpose was identifying and eliminating written evidence that might undermine institutional credibility, creating gaps in the historical record so systematic that modern scholars work around absences rather than analyzing complete documentation. You handle a fragment of parchment that survived the purges only because it was used as binding material for a prayer book, a recycling practice that accidentally preserved evidence that was supposed to disappear forever. The fragment contains part of a letter from Abbess Margarita describing the 18 sisters currently experiencing divine favor and requesting additional funding for spiritual support services. Modern translation: 18 pregnant nuns needing financial assistance for discreet medical care. The casual tone suggests this was routine correspondence about ordinary institutional challenges rather than extraordinary scandals requiring special attention. The destruction process was industrialized with efficiency that would impress modern data management companies. Professional document cleansers traveled between religious institutions with portable furnaces designed to consume evidence without leaving traces that could be reconstructed later. The Benedictine order alone employed over 40 specialists whose full-time job was eliminating inconvenient historical records, creating systematic amnesia about institutional problems that had been openly acknowledged and pragmatically managed for centuries. Here's your first light joke, though it carries the weight of historical vandalism. Medieval church authorities basically invented the world's first professional shredding services, except instead of protecting corporate secrets, they were protecting spiritual secrets through systematic destruction of evidence that would have helped us understand how real people actually lived in religious institutions, rather than how modern people think they should have lived. A quirky tidbit emerges from the surviving inventory records of destroyed documents. The purge teams kept meticulous lists of what they were eliminating, creating the paradox of detailed documentation about the destruction of detailed documentation. One inventory lists 47 pregnancy-related correspondence files, 23 judicial proceedings regarding clerical misconduct, 15 medical reports on feminine ailments, and 156 miscellaneous documents inappropriate for preservation. The efficiency was impressive, but the irony was that their thoroughness in documenting destruction created the only surviving evidence of what was destroyed. The contrast with our modern understanding of historical preservation couldn't be more tragic. Today's archivists work desperately to save every scrap of documentation that might illuminate how people actually lived in previous eras, understanding that authentic history requires preserving uncomfortable truths alongside comfortable myths. Medieval reality: you're witnessing systematic historical vandalism that prioritized institutional reputation over human understanding, creating carefully constructed ignorance that has shaped our perceptions for over 5 centuries. You probably won't survive this if you expect historical truth to have survived contact with institutional damage control. Historians still argue whether these document purges represented necessary institutional reform or systematic historical fraud, but the scope and coordination suggest deliberate creation of alternative historical narratives rather than simple elimination of embarrassing records. The destroyed documents weren't randomly selected. They specifically targeted evidence of human complexity, moral ambiguity, and institutional pragmatism that conflicted with idealized versions of religious life that church authorities preferred to promote. You discover a secret inventory, maintained by a rebellious archivist who created coded lists of destroyed documents, preserving at least the knowledge of what had been lost even if the actual content was irretrievable. His records reveal that entire categories of human experience were systematically eliminated from the historical record, including documents related to feminine health matters, correspondence regarding family accommodations, and records of financial arrangements for spiritual services. The purges didn't just hide individual scandals, they erased entire aspects of medieval life that involved women's experiences, reproductive health, and institutional flexibility. The psychological impact on contemporary religious communities was devastating. Nuns who had lived through the complex realities documented in the destroyed records were forced to pretend that their experiences had never occurred, while younger generations were taught sanitized versions of institutional history that bore no resemblance to the lives of their predecessors. The result was institutional gaslighting on a massive scale, where living memory was systematically invalidated by official amnesia. Your second joke emerges from the memory manipulation. These document purges essentially created the world's first systematic gaslighting campaign, where entire religious communities were convinced that their own lived experiences were inaccurate memories that conflicted with official institutional history. It was like having organizational amnesia as a management strategy, except the memory loss was intentional and the purpose was protecting reputation rather than treating trauma. The most elaborate destruction operations involved creating replacement documents that told alternative stories about the same events, institutions, and people. Professional forgers produced corrected visitation records that showed spiritual excellence where original documents had recorded moral failures, while scribes created improved correspondence that demonstrated institutional purity rather than pragmatic accommodation of human weakness. The result was historical fiction presented as historical fact, creating a parallel documentary universe that supported preferred narratives rather than actual experiences. Some destruction campaigns targeted specific individuals whose stories had become too well known to ignore but too embarrassing to acknowledge. The records of Sister Lucia's virgin birth claims were systematically eliminated and replaced with documentation of her exemplary spiritual life and mystical devotions, transforming a scandal that had required elaborate legal maneuvering into a story of ordinary religious excellence that required no uncomfortable explanations. The international coordination required impressive logistical planning. The Alliance for Historical Purification operated across multiple kingdoms, sharing lists of problematic documents, coordinating destruction timelines, and even exchanging professional document elimination specialists who could ensure that evidence was destroyed according to consistent standards that prevented future reconstruction through cross-referencing surviving fragments from different archives. The economic impact was staggering. The Church spent more money on document destruction than many kingdoms spent on military campaigns, employing hundreds of specialists whose full-time job was eliminating evidence of institutional problems. The irony was that the cost of hiding the truth exceeded the cost of the original problems, but by the time purge operations were complete, the investment in historical fiction was too large to abandon. Your final joke cuts through the archival pretense. These systematic document destructions were supposed to protect institutional dignity and spiritual authority by eliminating evidence of past mistakes that might undermine contemporary credibility. But they actually created contemporary credibility problems by substituting obvious fiction for messy truth that people might have understood and forgiven as evidence of shared humanity, rather than institutional perfection. The most tragic aspect was how the purges eliminated evidence of genuine human resilience, creativity, and compassion that medieval people had shown while navigating impossible circumstances. The destroyed documents contained stories of women who found ways to survive and even thrive despite systematic oppression, communities that developed pragmatic solutions to moral dilemmas, and individuals who maintained their humanity despite institutional pressures that could have destroyed their identity and dignity. The women whose stories were erased deserved better than systematic amnesia about their experiences. Sister Agnes, who died from preventable complications during childbirth, became a footnote about divine calling to eternal service, rather than evidence of institutional negligence that caused unnecessary death. Sister Elena, who successfully escaped her vows through creative legal maneuvering, disappeared from records entirely, rather than being remembered as someone who found freedom through intelligence and determination. The children who survived the convent pregnancy system were doubly orphaned, first by the institutional systems that separated them from their birth mothers, then by the historical purges that eliminated evidence of their origins entirely. Their stories could have provided insight into medieval family structures, social mobility, and community resilience, but instead became gaps in the historical record that we can only guess about through inference and statistical analysis. The institutional impact was equally devastating for our understanding of medieval religious life. The purges eliminated evidence of how religious communities actually functioned as complex social institutions that served multiple purposes beyond their stated spiritual missions. We lost documentation of economic relationships, political negotiations, social services, and community support systems that revealed medieval convents as dynamic institutions engaged with their broader societies, rather than isolated spiritual retreats focused solely on prayer and contemplation. The theological implications created intellectual poverty that lasted for centuries. By eliminating evidence of how medieval religious communities had actually grappled with moral complexity, the purges prevented later generations from learning from their predecessors' experiences with ethical dilemmas, practical compromises, and institutional adaptation. The result was simplified moral frameworks that couldn't handle real-world complexity because they were based on fictional rather than historical precedents. As you carefully return the document fragments to their archival boxes and prepare to leave the sealed vaults, morning light streams through barred windows that have guarded these secrets for centuries. The irony settles like dust on parchment. Our modern romanticized understanding of medieval religious life isn't based on ignorance about the past. It's based on systematic destruction of knowledge about the past, carefully orchestrated amnesia that replaced human complexity with institutional mythology. The silence in these archives isn't just the absence of sound, it's the presence of absence, the weight of stories that were deliberately erased rather than accidentally lost. Every empty shelf represents choices made by people who decided that institutional reputation mattered more than historical truth, that comfortable lies were preferable to uncomfortable honesty about how human beings actually behaved when trapped between impossible moral demands and practical biological reality. The heavy vault door closes behind you with finality that echoes through centuries, sealing away not just the remaining fragments of forbidden documentation, but also the profound sadness of realizing how much human experience has been sacrificed to institutional image management. These women, pregnant nuns, desperate abbesses, skillful midwives, and all the others caught in systems bigger than themselves, deserve to be remembered for their humanity rather than erased for their inconvenience. Their stories mattered not because they were perfect spiritual examples, but because they were imperfect human beings who found ways to survive, create meaning, and maintain dignity despite circumstances that would have broken lesser souls. The real tragedy isn't that medieval nuns got pregnant more often than married women. It's that we almost lost the knowledge of how they navigated that reality with courage, creativity, and compassion that we could learn from today if institutional pride hadn't decided that forgetting was easier than understanding. The morning light grows stronger as you walk away from the archives, carrying with you the weight of stories that survived only in fragments, whispers, and the shadows between official documents. These women lived, loved, struggled, and then died as human beings deserving of memory rather than amnesia. Their legacy should be the full complexity of their experiences, rather than the sanitized mythology that replaced their reality with comfortable fiction designed to serve institutional needs rather than historical truth. Let your breathing slow now, like a medieval bell tower settling into evening quiet after a day of calling souls to prayer. You've walked through corridors heavy with secrets, touched documents that whispered forbidden truths, and witnessed the complex humanity hidden behind centuries of carefully constructed silence. The morning light that began this journey has mellowed into something softer, more forgiving, the kind of golden illumination that makes even the hardest truths feel like stories we can hold without being broken by their weight. These women, Sister Agnes bleeding alone in her cell, Sister Elena crafting legal escape routes, Sister Benedetta claiming divine intervention, all the unnamed nuns who found themselves pregnant in a world that demanded impossible choices. They weren't villains in some morality tale or victims in some tragedy. They were human beings navigating circumstances that would challenge anyone's capacity for moral clarity. Their stories weren't scandals to be hidden, but testimonies to the resilience of people who refused to be crushed by systems designed to deny their basic humanity. Picture the convent now as the sun sets, casting long shadows across courtyards where women once walked carrying secrets heavier than prayer books. The stones remember their footsteps, the walls echo with their whispered conversations, the gardens still bloom where desperate hands once gathered herbs that might bring relief or death with equal uncertainty. These sacred spaces held more than religious devotion. They contained the full spectrum of human experience, from transcendent spiritual moments to the most earthy biological realities. The abbesses who orchestrated elaborate protection schemes, the midwives who delivered babies into silence, the bishops who perfected the art of selective blindness, the wealthy patrons who purchased institutional amnesia, they weren't monsters, though their actions often had monstrous consequences. They were people trapped in systems that demanded they choose between competing moral obligations, usually with inadequate information and impossible time constraints. Their failures teach us as much as their successes about the complexity of ethical decision-making when all available choices carry significant moral costs. The medieval world that created these circumstances was neither the romanticized spiritual paradise modern people sometimes imagine, nor the unrelenting hellscape that contemporary critics sometimes describe. It was a human world, messy and contradictory, where sacred and profane existed side by side, because that's how human life actually works, when you strip away the mythologies we use to make reality more manageable. The pregnant nuns weren't aberrations in an otherwise pure system. They were inevitable consequences of a system that tried to deny basic human biology while creating circumstances that made that biology inconveniently visible. The real tragedy isn't that these women got pregnant, or even that their pregnancies created scandals that required elaborate management. The real tragedy is that the systematic erasure of their stories deprived us of learning from their experiences, understanding their strategies for survival, and appreciating their remarkable creativity in finding ways to maintain dignity and humanity despite impossible circumstances. We lost not just historical knowledge, but practical wisdom about how people navigate moral complexity when easy answers don't exist. The silence that surrounds these stories now isn't the peaceful quiet of resolved conflict. It's the hollow emptiness left by deliberate forgetting, institutional amnesia that served power rather than truth. But silence can be broken, and memory can be recovered, piece by careful piece, fragment by precious fragment. Every document that survived the purges, every gravestone that hints at untold stories, every architectural detail that suggests purposes beyond official functions. These are threads we can follow back toward understanding that honors complexity rather than demanding simplification. As you settle deeper into whatever comfort surrounds you now, soft pillows, warm blankets, the familiar darkness of your own safe space, let these medieval voices fade gently into the background of your consciousness. Their stories have been told, their struggles acknowledged, their humanity recognized across the centuries that separate their world from ours. They don't need your anxiety or your judgment. They need your witness, your willingness to hold their experiences without trying to fix them or explain them away. The convents are quiet now, their corridors empty of footsteps, their chambers free of whispered confessions and desperate plans. The women who walk those halls have long since found whatever peace awaits, beyond the need for secrets, beyond the weight of impossible choices, beyond the fear of discovery and punishment. Their rest is earned through suffering endured, creativity exercised, and dignity maintained despite systems designed to strip dignity away. Sleep well, knowing that human beings have always found ways to survive, to love, to create meaning and maintain hope even in circumstances that seem designed to crush the human spirit. The medieval nuns who faced pregnancy in impossible circumstances weren't so different from people today who navigate complex moral territories with whatever resources they can gather and whatever wisdom they can create. Their courage lives on in every person who refuses to be broken by systems bigger than themselves, who finds ways to help others despite institutional obstacles, who chooses compassion over judgment when faced with human complexity that defies easy categorization. The morning that will come will bring new challenges, new opportunities for moral creativity, new chances to choose understanding over condemnation when confronted with human behavior that doesn't fit comfortable categories. The medieval women whose stories you've heard tonight would understand whatever struggles you face, would recognize the familiar human challenge of trying to do right in circumstances that make rightness ambiguous and costly. Their voices join the chorus of all humanity across time, singing the eternal song of survival, resistance, creativity, and hope that refuses to be silenced by those who prefer simple stories to complex truths. Let that song carry you into dreams where medieval convents fade into gentle distance, where pregnant nuns find the peace and understanding that they deserved in life, where secrets transform into wisdom and silence becomes the restful quiet of stories finally told and burdens finally shared. Rest now. The history has been spoken, the complexity acknowledged, the humanity honored. Tomorrow will bring its own challenges and opportunities, but tonight belongs to peaceful sleep and the comfort of knowing that human beings have always been more resilient, more creative, and more capable of love than the systems that try to contain them ever anticipated. Sweet dreams, wanderer through medieval mysteries. May your sleep be as peaceful as the Abbey gardens after centuries of secrets have finally been allowed to bloom into understanding.